Okay, Colin, I'm going to put you on quiet now. The show's about to start.
Thanks, Matthew.
Okay. One, two. Well, hello and welcome to CirclemakersTV, the only show that doesn't come to you from a call centre in India. Well, we should have quite an interesting show for you tonight. We've got a guest on of extreme distinction, which I'm sure his name you'll be familiar with. And that's Colin Andrews. Sorry, just getting rid of the echo there. And Colin Andrews, all the way from the United States, and we will be Skyping with him very soon. So hopefully he's listening on the line there. I can see him, but you can't see him yet. He's just getting his clothes on. No, sorry, no, he's. I'm not going to tell you what he's doing, but put it like this: I couldn't put it on this screen, even though this is CirclemakersTV. Guaranteed, it's not possible for me to show you what he's up to. No, he's not doing anything. Right, okay, so what do we do on CirclemakersTV? Well, we have a lot of fun, we mess around, and we make light of the subject of crop circles, because some people seem to take it awfully seriously, and we can't understand why they don't like the Circle Makers so much, so that's why we've made this show. Whilst we're on the air, you can actually Skype into the show, and you can get us on CirclemakersTV on Skype. Now, you have to add us as a user, and that's CirclemakersTV, one word, on Skype, and we will accept you, and then you can come in on the show, and if it works, and I can't guarantee it will, but you might be able to speak to Colin in conference call mode, so please do try if you wish to speak to Colin. This is a rare opportunity to speak to one of the Crop Circle World's premier researchers, one of the guys who was there at the beginning, and let's not say going to be there at the end, but he's certainly there now, telling the truth as he has done, as he has seen it since the start. CirclemakersTV.org is the website if you wish to go and have a look at our web pages. So www.CirclemakersTV.org, as you can see along the bottom of the screen here. My expert finger pointing these things out. The live stream chat window. This is further down the web page that you're looking at. You can actually see the little chat window. It's a white box, and in that chat window you can type stuff in. Now, you may have to register yourself with a live stream, which is a quick process, takes you about 5 minutes. Give them your username, password, and an email address they can contact you at, and then you can start typing in the chat window. Now then, I haven't got much in the way of preamble, because I thought it would just be quite interesting to go and speak to the man himself. But we're missing our Agent S. So I will tell you a little bit about that. Agent S has said that she's had a good sort of innings, with it being about 20 shows that have been on so far, and she's feeling that there isn't much really that she can contribute at this point to the show. So she's decided to hang up her hat, and she's not going to be on the show any longer. But she wishes everybody the best, and knows that some people would like to have her on, or have it off. I mean, well, no, not like that, but with her. But she may come on again in the future and grace us with her presence in a small way in the future. But for the moment, we have a spare seat, and the only person I could think that might be able to come on the show tonight and help us out with the sort of speaking to Mr. Andrews is an old adversary of Mr. Andrews, actually, and we've actually got him in there now. So would you please welcome into the studio our special guest, Mr. Michael Glickman. So here he is, and so Michael will be helping us tonight with the program, and he will take the chat window comments, and he will read them out to us. So we will come back to him in a short while. But for the moment, let's go across. Let's see if this works. We have to go and press a few buttons first, but let's see if we can get Mr. Colin Andrews on the line. And here we go. This is scary stuff, folks. Right, Mr. Andrews, are you there?
I'm here, Matthew.
My God, the wonders of modern technology.
It's working at the moment, at least.
It is, yes. Now, viewers and listeners will be experiencing just a very slight amount of crackle on the audio, but we've been through this. It's the best quality we can get, and it's certainly worth going with this quality. I would say that you're probably all going to agree that it's very good audio. It's better than a telephone, but there is a little bit of crackle there. We do know about it, but yes, if it gets terrible, you tell us. But for the moment, we'll go with it. So thank you, Colin, for coming on.
It's my pleasure, Matthew. It's been a long time, nearly 30 years it took to reach this place where you could say two people coming from different sides of this equation have come together on live streaming Skype. Skype wasn't here when all this began. Indeed,
yes. So, well, it's been a long time for you. When would you say you started on this? I mean, I'm not that much of an expert on dates and times, not as much as yourself. So how long have you been involved in all of this then?
Well, it is, 24 months shy of 30 years. It is an awful long time. Kind of scares me even to hear that coming out of my mouth. But yeah, it was July 1983. Right back then, I was an official in regional government, local government as it's known in Great Britain, in Test Valley Council in the central southern area there. And it all started with a flinching glance down into the amphitheatre of Chesfoot Head near Winchester. And it is not an exaggeration to say, clearly, at that moment, that instant, my life changed. And here I am. I wouldn't be speaking to you from the United States nearly 30 years later, had it not been for those 5 circles planted in that field by ever whom I'm sure, will be discussing tonight.
Well, indeed, yes. We should ask the question of who possibly that could have been later on. But yes, I mean, basically, we should explain. You're now living in the United States. You were a researcher in the UK for many years, but you subsequently married and sort of taken yourself away from the UK now, so away from the central hub of crop circle activity. And how long have you been in the States now?
It's nearly 20 years, 20 years, yeah. A long time. I met Cynthia during a conference that I was doing. I'd come through from Australia up through to San Francisco. I came across the States, a number of venues, and stopped off near New York, a town near here actually, in Connecticut called New Haven. And in the audience was my new wife-to-be. And so that's really the history, and here I am.
Excellent. And, well, 20 years is a long time to be in the United States. How have you been finding it out there? Because it's not exactly for everybody's taste, is it? You know, the lifestyle and the extravagance.
Yeah, it's changed a lot, Matthew. When I came over, there was no doubt the extravagance part of your comment there was very evident. Still at the back end of the large motor cars, but the beginning of much smaller motor cars. I've been here since the infrastructure has slowly faltered. I've been here since having everything good to things are really not rosy right now at all. I know they're not in a number of parts of the world, but I think that I've been here during a time when I think most people would agree, certainly a world leader, if not the world's leading kind of country in the Western world, to a whole new score right now.
Indeed, yes. Well, let's have a little look at the background of crop circles. Then, where's it all come from? I mean, would you like to sort of give us a brief potted history of your involvement right from the very beginning?
Yeah, as far as my involvement was concerned, was looking first of all down into that amphitheatre near Winchester, seeing 5 circles. And that evening, I went back to that field after having looked at it relatively quickly on my way to the meeting. I took a lot of photographs. That was the first photographs that I took. And started to make inquiries straight away. I mean, I was asking people in the locality who the farmer was. The farmer told me that he'd had them there for years. So this was really quite a meaty start straight away. And I traveled around that area. I got to know Pat Delgado eventually, Busty Taylor, Dr. Terence Meaden, Paul Anderson a little bit later on, and a few others that joined the team. And that's really how it began. And what I saw fairly quickly was that this was spotted around certainly in geographic terms, a small area, but in Great Britain, a relatively large area, 40, 50 miles or so from Stonehenge, radiating out to West Sussex, north to Oxfordshire, into Wiltshire to the left of Warminster area, and down to, well, just north of the outskirts of Southampton on the English Channel. And there it was. And the more work I did, the more I got engrossed in it, the more I began to become convinced that what I was looking at was something very unusual. It was some years later that in '86, in fact, the first individuals I actually met who claimed to have made some, and we witnessed them making others with a television camera crew. And it was then, well, right through to 1990, when suddenly we had those 2 circles connected by a straight line in July of 1990, which was claimed a little later on to have been made by Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley. So it really moved quickly from when I coined the term crop circles. What I was looking at then were simple circles. They were relatively simple geometries, 3 circles in a straight line, single circles alone, a large circle with one half its size. And these ratios were fairly consistent. There was a consistency in the size and the ratio of one component to another. Something changed, certainly, as far as we could see in the geographic distribution and the geometries in 1990. And that was indeed when Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley claimed to have been making them, but there was a disparity in the statement that they had made initially, all of them, which could not possibly have been true or correct, and
yes.
We can discuss that.
Sure.
And beyond that, of course, the book came along, the television came along, the evolution took place, the geographic distribution suddenly was from outside of England to encompass most countries, many countries, in excess of 60 around the world, and the confusion set in. And the questions, of course, were raised. What's real? What isn't real? Who's making them? Who's not making them? How can you account for the paranormal that appears to be happening? It happened to us personally. So, I'd like to talk about some of that tonight too. I think you probably would, because we have many things in common. People that are making circles and people researching them. What we appear not to have in common, there are factions in both groups that don't seem to be prepared to talk to one another. And that, of course, is the problem in the world in general. We're on the edge of many problems because of that very thing. We seem to get too hooked up in trying to convince one another of a particular perspective rather than having the goal of finding the truth.
Indeed, yes. I think Mr. Glickman wanted to make a point here. So,
well, good evening, Michael.
Yeah.
It's the only time we've spoken in many a year.
Hello, Colin. Yes. Are you really? It's not. I invented the term crop circle, not you.
Is that right? Is that right?
I don't believe you invented the term crop circle. Well, let's not let him get it. He's going to get too excited if we let him talk to you, because he obviously realizes he's in the presence of excellence here. So you can see he's getting excited already. So we'll just cut back to me, and when he's calmed down a little bit, we'll go back to him a bit later on. So just keep looking at the chat channel, Michael. Right. Well, some of the international crop circles you were mentioning are sort of. Some of them were perceived to be sort of crop circle related when they were things like trees, swirls in trees and snow and sand and things like that. I mean, my take on this was always kind of like, this doesn't really appear to have any geometry or design like the crop circles do, but, it may be something of a different phenomena altogether. I mean, how are your feelings on that now today with how you've settled with the whole subject?
Well, I would tackle that question in two parts. One is that I agree with you. Certainly, in one particular report of circles, a circle in a substantial standing of 40, 50-foot trees. I think we referred to this in Circular Evidence in 1989. I think that probably was totally unrelated. It was spiraled. The trees went down in an approximate arrangement like a spiral, probably a very powerful vortex. We're seeing more of that now with climate change than we did back then, but the intensity of a tornado is an extraordinary phenomenon to behold. And I think that's probably what was responsible for that. Snow circles, again, most of them, I think, were probably eddies of one sort or another, either a thermal effect in the water when they're involved, like we had them in the Charles River outside of MIT in Boston, I believe, 89, 90, where the students there took photographs, and I have the copies here. They appeared to show a complex arrangement, actually, of circles and pictograms. That's as it appeared. We don't have the definitive answer as to how they arrived there. Nobody, I don't think, does. But it is possible that this was a thermal effect under the water of a very thin layer of ice, which, in other words, the melting of the snow, which a very light layer of snow that had settled on the ice, was melting very close to freezing point, but the temperature change underneath that was affected by the flowing water under the surface of the ice, yes, probably translated into that design. But this is where I can't let it all go that way, because this is where we do have something of interest, I think, that in the late 76 and then again in 80, 81, 82, there were simple circles near the Seven Barrows, north of Whitchurch in Hampshire, close to the Berkshire border, where those circles were recorded and photographed by the farmer, and I have copies. Some of them have been published. And in 81, I believe, I don't have that data right in front of me, but 81, again a standing, but much smaller trees, spiraled to the ground, where one would expect pretty well to find it if it was related to the circles that were appearing all the time and always in an area, I suppose, of about 400 or 500 meters square. They were always appearing in that place near Lichfield. I beg your pardon. Yes, it is Lichfield, right, north of Whitchurch. And in that same locality, you had this one circle in trees, which again the farmer saw. I visited there not when the circles were there. I wasn't involved then. I didn't know anything about it. But when I did and heard from the farmer that he not only had photographs of crop circles in the cereal crop, but that he had visited with the gamekeeper a circle to the right of this normal area in the trees. What fascinated me particularly was that not only was it in trees, now this is something more substantial, but that it was located in the exact center of a standing of conifers, small conifers, which was the remains of a Roman road. And as I think you know, Matthew, that I know we haven't got into the debate yet about real versus not, but what we were looking at then, when the term crop circle was created, was that these circles were positioning themselves. This was always a debate I had and an argument I'd often with Dr. Terence Meaden, was that he was looking at nature and natural phenomena and randomly positioned, when in fact they were never randomly positioned. Nothing I ever saw was randomly positioned. It had intelligence in its application of position, and in the case of the trees, in the trees near Lichfield, these trees were swirled exactly dead center of the Roman road. And
Right.
so I could accept to some degree that people perhaps had made the crop circles, but they sure as hell did not get in and spiral those trees in the center of the Roman road. I doubt they could have got in there, let alone create it.
Right.
So that's where I stand with, with that.
Well, it's very interesting. Very interesting what you say about the trees and certainly some of the other things like the sand circles and whatnot. I mean, there are probably other explanations requiring other disciplines. I would imagine for these things.
I agree.
But
I agree.
I'm interested in. Obviously the man-made stuff, and we can debate that, as you say. But going on the tack that you probably are now thinking that at least the 80%, because we will come to this and why you've said that in a little bit. But what about some of those early circles? I mean, how do you think that they fit into this kind of thing at the moment? Maybe I'm jumping a bit ahead of the game here, but I mean, how do you think some of the early stuff actually fits in now? Looking back.
I think, to be honest, it all fits in. The back end and what is man-made, it still does fit in to what we considered to be not man-made in the beginning. And so, I will answer your question, but I think it's all interrelated. And one of the reasons that we've taken this long to get anywhere near a consensus on what's happening is that we've not embraced, and I put my hand up here as being responsible in part for this, that I think you were the first person who offered to information, help, and input for me to get involved with people that were making them. I think you would accept that on air. That is what happened. And had that not happened for me, I can't speak for other people, but that had I not begun to look much more closely at what was happening with people making them, then I wouldn't be where I am in my understanding of this now. And so in the early days, just to get back to answer your question, in the early days, we thought everything was real, using that term, real. And it of course became not that straightforward when people began here and there to claim they had made them. And so when that happened, this was not hitting the headlines. This was before Doug and Dave's time. We had a number of people who came forward, and some of the photographs of these claims are in the assessment CD. And I think actually we're going to have some of those on the screen tonight.
Yes.
And so when I look closely with Pat Delgado and Busty in particular, and Terence in those days, at those that we learned were made by people, there still were differences. We had gathered the data, and I think it was the right way to approach this initially. We weren't making any claims. I know we got into debate over this when it got out into the media. The before people, Paul Fuller and Jenny Randalls, very, it seems, protective of a court of activity which was perceived initially to be made by UFOs. It seemed like nobody else was allowed to use the term UFO, only before. And so, there were all those debates, but what we had on the ground, and I'm proud of it, was that we spent a lot of time as engineers looking at detail. And so when we were in a position where we were being told this was man-made, we of course went back. Anybody who's prepared to change tact and theory based upon information, it's the scientific approach, it's the way it should be done, is what we learned, and we again learned. These are different. The sizes, the ratios, the ground markings, the stomper board markings that you're familiar with, and those are the stomper board marks that there's a certain clan, a group within the the Crop Circle Research Fraternity, who still shudder at the word, data, investigation, research, real, true research. It seems to frighten them to death because it echoes of a loss of either ego or position or any, money with regard to merchandise or radio programs, etc. But those early ones that were made by people were different, and I hope we'll get to discuss that a little bit later on.
Right. Okay. Well, certainly we should go into that. There's a couple of people on. I'll just explain some things to people that are new because we've got a lot of people on tonight. Apparently, we've got about 74 viewers, so we're up a lot on viewers tonight. And indeed, earlier on, I was even getting calls from Colombia and South America from people that wanted to learn how to listen to the show, and I had to explain to them, you go onto livestream and you watch it on there. But they Skyped in, so I don't know how they got the Skype, but they got the Skype and they thought that was the way to get on the show. So thank you if you're listening, the South American, and I think it was a lady from Colombia and one from Argentina. So we've got some real international viewers tonight. We've got a lot of people in the channel, and somebody was saying, how do they get to watch the chat whilst they're watching the video? Because this is a bit of a problem. If you scroll down the video, you don't see the chat thing because it's obviously too far off the bottom of the screen. If you have a look on the top right of the chat window, there's a little button that looks like two arrows. If you press that, it detaches the chat window, and you can actually slide it up next to the main window, and you can have them side by side. So that's how you do it. So experiment with that. We've got about 36 users in the chat room at the moment, and what we'll say is the instructions we normally give people are, if you wish to ask a question to Colin specifically, or to myself, Matthew, then put the words Colin or Matthew in capital letters and then type your question. It helps me to scroll through the many messages which are just being general chat stuff in that window, and then we can actually pick them out and we'll put them forward. So anyway, we'll give a quick call out to the people who are in there. There's Agent S, Alien Dan, Alien Knowledge TV, RV Advasa, Cyrus, Darthy, GBZ, Goat Boy, Gonads, Gucci heel size 4 narrow fits best.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. Hedge Tread, Inco, Jagenial, Jim Leahy, Jimone Jones, Julian Gibson, Keith Mad Hatter, Monad, Natalix, Phase 77, Pixie Dread, Plan 9, Prototype, Rob, Roger W, Stuart Dyke, The White Room, Tinkerbell, Tommy, Unix, WhatsApp, and Wraithwoman. So hello to all of you. So, right, we've got Colin here. If anybody wants to Skype in, we can get some questions. We'll take a couple early on in the show, a couple during the middle, and we'll take a couple at the end. We'll have to keep them reasonably sized because obviously we want to sort of cover a lot tonight in the show. But there we are. So, yes, somebody, GBZ says, can Colin see our comments? Well, he can't actually see them unless I read them out. He could if he wished to bring up a Firefox browser window, but I think at this point he's probably worried, like I am, that if you press anything, it's all going to break. So...
Having had many computer problems the last 48 hours, Matthew, I think I prefer to leave it just as it is.
Yes. It gets quite confusing, actually. So I think probably Colin's better off if I try and pick them out, because otherwise you just get completely sidetracked by a lot of conversation that's going on in the room. I'll read out some of them if I can. If I don't read them out, repeat, and I'll probably get to it in the end. We're not trying to avoid any questions. Right. The stuff that I really want to ask you about is stuff to do with Lawrence Rockefeller. You know, I mean, do you want to deal with this now, or do you want to sort of how are we going to skip?
I'll answer anything you like. I would, if I may, just say one thing though, Matthew, before we do.
Yes.
I just feel to say it because this is a unique opportunity for me, and I know that some of my colleagues and friends who are no longer with me or with us, are here to ask questions or to get involved in this.
Yes.
I do feel some responsibility inside, in some measure, for those friends and colleagues who are no longer here. And I'd like just to kind of, in seconds, just read the names of those people who have given a great deal of their energy, time, their commitment, their endeavors to widen their vision and to learn by something that was going on in the fields of southern England, like Pat Delgado, Richard Andrews, Paul Weigay, John Michel, John Sherwood, Gerald Hawkins, John Mack, Montague Keane, Ralph Noyce, Lynn Gladwin, Yeva, and I'm sure there are those that I will apologise for missing at this moment in time. But as you know, Matthew, and we have said before, this is important in as much as this has presented itself through people like myself and people who have made them, and what other forces are involved, have attracted people who have committed a tremendous amount of time and energy. And from that perspective alone, it is important. This is about people, this is about truth, and it's about a world that is in a state of collapse. And whether there is a connection or a helping hand in any of this, it's incumbent upon us, I think, to acknowledge that it involves people and lives that have been changed.
Yes.
So I would just feel to say that, and thanks for that opportunity.
No problem. Yes, there's a lot of names there of people that have been very influential in the movement of crop circles. Maybe, all with different opinions, but, very well liked and very well known for the work that they've done. And yes, a lot of sadness to see some of those names go there when their time came. But obviously, with the sort of remembrance that they will have in the subject, it's a sort of terrible thing really when the subject has spanned so long that I think it's kind of like you miss. Friends of mine have passed away, and you think, God, all the good movies they missed, and it's like, and I think in some ways it's, although a lot of people see what is going on now with the crop circle makers coming forward in some respects, sometimes on the seat with masks on, and sometimes their faces and their names, being very bold about it. But I mean, it seems to me a bit of a shame that some of these people couldn't have been there to actually sort of see this, because I think that maybe it could have bridged a lot of gaps and brought people together to understand that circle makers aren't necessarily the bad guys. I mean, I am, but they aren't. Yes.
No, I think you've actually, if I may say so, I know it's not shared by everybody, but I think you have certainly attempted to be a helping hand here and to bridge the gap. Somebody had to step forward. Somebody sometime has to try and pull this thing together and to get us some common sense going. So, I think you're a primary mover in that. Others would like to push pins in you, I know. But I would say this, Matthew, too, and I'm sure this kind of widen out for the evening, is that I personally, you mentioned masks and sunglasses and so on. In other words, a disguise. My name is Colin Andrews. People know where I live. People can contact me. I'm here to take responsibility for my actions, what I say and what I do. And I personally feel that to reach some kind of moral high ground starts when a circle maker enters the field. This is my view. I know we may have a difference here, but I think the moral high ground to place us alongside one another, from a circle maker to a researcher, there's nothing wrong with anybody inquiring about anything they see. Something that's unusual, they have every right. The curiosity is what man is all about. Has the right to investigate it. There is no crime in investigating anything. That cannot be said for the position of entering a field without permission, for example. Don't get me wrong. I'm not I'm not a person that would push this, but it is nonetheless entering a field in disguise, without permission, without declaring the authorship, is not a high moral position. And so I'm not, don't get me wrong, tonight is not a matter of pointing fingers or placing blame. We are together trying to get this thing, I think, and I hope, onto a logical kind of platform where we can all move forward. But I do think that is perhaps where some of this has gone wrong, that to work together now would require, in my opinion, taking the masks off, taking the sunglasses off, I know there's history here, and perhaps that's a problem, but I've never been one, even when, to get back to your question here, when I was spending a lot of money of Lawrence Rockefeller's, I was in a position to know names, addresses, people who were involved, which circles they were making, not in every case by far, but we did know who they were. And here was evidence that could have been given, handed over to the authorities, and prosecutions could have taken place. But I am not, that's not my job. I'm a researcher. I did not ever want to get labeled, and I do not wish to get labeled with burning the backsides of people that are out there in the fields making circles. That's the job of the police. That's the job of the farmers. They could have done this a long time ago had they wished to do so. They have not taken that course of action. That's their problem. So it isn't mine to hand over files to anybody. Actually, that side of this has now been destroyed for good reason. It is not going to be on my deathbed or anybody else's that somebody else is going to find themselves at the end of a 30-year period. We're taking people to court. There's going to be retrospective court actions over thousands of pounds worth of damage. That ain't where I'm coming from. My job is research. And so as far as Lawrence Rockefeller was concerned, I reacted to an invitation by his personal assistant to draw up a number of projects which, in my opinion, would accelerate our knowledge and understanding of what was happening in those fields.
Yes.
And I chose one of those to investigate those which were made by people. And so we were focused very hard on differentiating what we believe to be real from man-made, and really putting a tick against who, not for prosecution or anything like that, but a person, a human being,
yes,
making this design or that design. And that went over a period of that particular project, went over a period of 2 years, 1999 and 2000. And the amounts of money were in three figures in dollars, six-figure amounts of cash in dollars was paid to me,
wow,
which was passed on to private detectives and other people involved in the investigation.
wow. I mean, that was where I was going to come on to next. Yes, that's amazing. So it sounds like quite a lot of money there, really. I mean, there's always been this question of how much, and you've just indicated a six-figure amount, which
Yeah.
I would take to mean about £1 million.
No, actually, and I'm pleased you pulled me back on that. I've got to be corrected
six
here.
zeros is $1 million, isn't it, on
Yes.
the end? But if you're talking six-figure amount, then you're talking up to what, 100,000?
Yes.
I got you. Yes, okay. I see what you mean now. Total of six figures, not six zeros. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. Still a lot of money. That's a lot more than I think some people thought that might have been involved. And it's certainly very generous. But the big question for everybody who kind of heard about this, and I think, I don't know if it was ever, has it been addressed before in this manner? But I was interested to find out how you actually got the money. I mentioned to you yesterday, you already told me, so I kind of got an idea, but we haven't gone into it fully. How did you get that money? Did you approach them or did they approach you?
No, they approached me. There's actually a bigger picture, which most people are not aware of, is I received two phone calls the same day, one from Germany, from a royalty in Germany, Count Knitz in Kappenberg Castle in Germany, and also from the personal assistant, Marie Galbraith, of Lawrence Rockefeller's personal assistant, and telling me of Lawrence Rockefeller's interest. Remember, Matthew, it's important for the viewers here to know and to remember that at this time, Lawrence Rockefeller was spearheading the disclosure project to attempt through his contacts in the Senate and Congress to President Bill Clinton to try and encourage them, to enlighten them to start with, and to encourage them to release the secret, and they still remain secret, UFO files. And so this was a lateral, a spoke to that wheel in gathering the data before they briefed Bill Clinton, that all of this was pulled in towards the disclosure process. So
Right.
as my part of that was being offered to draw up projects to accelerate our understanding of crop circles, as I said, and I costed out a number of projects. One was also the magnetometer, and the hoaxing problem. And I will put it as a problem. As I say, we might see some things here differently. But so that's what happened. And just as a matter of kind of an interesting point, I think we're going to be talking an awful lot about coincidence and synchronicities as we run this course of a couple of hours.
Yes.
Because, and again, I know I'm going out on the internet, and I know that people who are aware of the information I'm about to give are here to check it out, and will be very soon onto your line or mine if I'm wrong, incorrect, or exaggerating this.
Right.
But the sums of money that I placed in these projects that went then back to the German royal family and to Kappenberg Castle and to Lawrence Rockefeller in New York were within a couple of dollars were the same figures. And the following day, I had responses from Germany and from New York accepting different parts of the equation, and the same figures, in other words, were accepted to fund future research projects. It always struck me as kind of strange that on a single day, out of nowhere, I'd not been paid by anybody for anything. I funded everything this myself and my family, who have given so much for what I have done in this on this long road. I have paid, and they have paid dearly for that. Now, I know that could cause a lot of people to erupt in laughter. Well, that's their problem and my problem. Be whatever it was generous, and it's what got me to this place here right now. And so what I'm really saying is that on that one day of 24 hours, to be approached by two individuals who were unconnected,
Yes.
and agreed on the same figure. I'm talking about less than $100 difference between both figures, representing several different projects, and both to be agreed the same day, which was the following day. So I thought that's one of the very strange synchronicities that keeps me on this path. The reason that I'm still in front of this camera right now.
Yes, it's interesting the choice of words you use there, where you actually say that you decided to look into the human made aspect of things, and that to me asks the question: you were obviously approached by them because you were part of the disclosure project, and they were looking for various things to fund.
Yes, I was.
But they let it down to you. They said, what would you like to do in your area of crop circles? And so it was you that actually chose to look at the human aspect side of things. And I suppose people would ask, well, why would you want to do that, Colin? There must be a reason why at that time did you think that circles were man-made at that point?
It was troubling me. Well, sorry.
Right, sorry, no.
I'm so keen to get to answer.
Yes. Were you thinking that it was actually a human-made subject? And as you say, it sounds like you're going to say it was troubling you. Yeah.
Well, yes, it was. It was troubling me, but it's not the right answer to say that I thought they were all man-made.
Right.
I wanted very, very much so to separate those that were made by people that we could be sure of, and we were as sure as we could be. During the 2-year period, those that, as intricate as many of them were, wonderfully made designs were made by people. So we wanted that pulled aside so that with the backup, the other projects that were costed out, some by the German royal family, would be in a position of more efficiently allocating resources. So in other words, if we take that off which are the man-made over here, you're left with those over there, which were the more relatively simple geometries that had still something different about them that we had seen from the very beginning. And that was the Rockefeller work allowed, the Rockefeller funding allowed us to see more clearly. We were just beginning to cut through the haze, through what I at the time saw as the deception.
Yes.
So we were able to see that there's something over here that's different to that. Now let's start focus in on this. But I have to say, Matthew, and again I'm sure we'll come to it, is that it truly I think in a way it was an error, because now here we are years later. That was 1999. I was approached for that. 2000 it was finished. That was spent. That money was spent in that 2-year period, and then it was a number of years before you and I made initial contact, and others to a minor degree have helped down this route too. Those I talk about people making them, but this is my point, was that until we embraced everything that was in the fields, the bit that's this clan that seems to control or want to maintain a myth of everything being real and religious and highly spiritual. Believe me, what I believe is happening is more spiritual and more important to humanity, and that I don't know whether we're going to agree this, but that's what I do believe. And we would have never reached this place had we not been talking to people like yourself and others that have made crop circles.
Well, I would say it is a spiritual subject, and it's very hard to get this across. And people who are watching the show so far might be thinking to themselves, that all we've talked about so far this evening is human aspects, and we're sort of veering down that line. And what I would like to say is what we're maybe not highlighting here is what's been dealt with in a lot of the other shows, which you should go and watch, which are the shows with circle makers, where they talk about their inspiration to why they go out and make the circles, the paranormal activity they've had whilst making circles, the synchronicities, besides going out and doing designs that it seems like other people are meditating on and expecting to happen. So all of this stuff we haven't really touched upon, because we're talking to Colin, and Colin's discussing at the moment his conversion, from unbelief in largely the subject being an unknown paranormal thing, to then coming to another idea that it was possibly a larger percentage of being man-made. We're skimming past all this at the moment, because for the purposes of the show, we're expecting that you have a little bit of knowledge of the subject. If you don't, go and watch some of the other Circle Makers TV shows, and it will fill you in on the bits that we're not talking about at the moment. But yes, so going back to we have got some callers who want to call in, by the way. So this is amazing, because Colin, you've not only got the numbers up, you've got them wanting to call in. So,
well, I'm pleased. Discussion, debate is what this is all about.
Yeah.
May I just make one more point here, Matthew?
Yes, certainly.
Whilst we're kind of still in and around the man-made,
Yes.
I hear people like I was just listening to a radio program that Michael Glickman did with Whitley Strieber. I hear similar things being said by Linda Howe. I just saw a posting last night from Steve Alexander, Karen Douglas. They know who they are, and I don't have an axe to grind. This is not me. I'm just simply named those people because they will know, and it is public domain, that they will often say there is no evidence of the man-made. Let me just run through a couple of things here. Doug and Dave presented to John McNish of BBC Television ample evidence, which he conveyed in documentary form and on live television programs, and went to town hall meetings in Marlborough to talk to people, and I believe Michael Glickman was there, and gave absolute categoric evidence of some of those that they had made. Evidence like placing the design they're about to make under a stamp on an envelope, putting the stamp on the top of it, having the post office stamp the stamp, and sending it to John McNish to find that several days later, the design they put under the stamp, they made, that these people then went on to sell photographs of, etc., etc.
Yes.
Evidence.
Yes.
Right? New Zealand was by NBC. The NBC, I'm not sure whether you were amongst the crew, Matthew, that went to New Zealand, were you?
Went to New Zealand to make the circle.
To make, yeah, or was that the London guys? I believe it was the London
They
crew.
may have done one on a different occasion. We went down to New Zealand, but that was much later after my arrest. So are we talking same
Right.
time scale?
No, actually, so you're another piece of it. But
Right.
the London guys went down with NBC and
Yes.
constructed a very complex, highly complex design. And it was filmed being made in with low light cameras.
Right.
Numerous United Kingdom television crews and newspapers have been with the circle makers of various. You have yourself been with them, and during the time that we were following some of these guys, and I wasn't. It's private detectives were. But so the evidence again, these are all out there. The evidence has been published in national newspapers. Evidence they were made by people. I personally was sent ahead of time one of the faces that was made. I think there were then 7 identical, all within the same weekend, made by the guys in London. And ahead of time, I was given that this was going to happen. Now, that was a tip-off. I have the information. I'm a researcher. I presented that information to other websites that cover crop circles. None of them, not a single one of them, and they're probably listening now, none of them published that. Why? Because it was evidence nobody wanted to see. But it was extraordinarily important evidence because other faces followed. And so this is evidence. There are. Well, let me have a look. I've got a list here very quickly. I mean, I think it's important because let's kind of get this one out the way straight away. There is ample evidence if you are prepared to look at it. And I would challenge, for example, Michael, who sat next to you there, apparently, for his next television program on Whitley Strieber, to raise all the points I'm raising now and talk to whether there's evidence that they're made by people or not. It's there. Every photograph, and I think you're going to show some, in the assessment CD, which covered the period 1999-2000, there's a little camera mark, a symbol, on each photograph that was filmed being made. There's hard 35mm and digital photographs were appropriate in age, and movie films of all of those circles being made. Nobody, not a single person, has ever phoned my office asking me for the evidence and the backup for what was on that assessment CD.
Right.
None.
Right.
So, and I could go on. I don't want to get boring. I don't want to get overwhelming. But all of this stuff is there. You know, Simeon Hine, Ron Russell, they went out and made and offered other people to watch a complex design being made. The snowflake design, one of a series, which was extraordinary, beautiful,
Yes.
near Silbury Hill, made in the presence of a national newspaper. The spider's web, made at Avebury, with a radio journalist who was there recording it being made. But many things happened during all of this. That's not true to say all. Many of these, which was inexplicable. And that's where we need to go if we're going to understand what's going on. But talk together is the only way to understand it. To take on camps and fields and to promote a myth for the selling of merchandise is not where this is right now. It's not where it should be.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got Mr. Glickman seems to want to say something. He's sort of like, oh no, I don't want to hear this. This is no. I put my hands over my ears. So he doesn't seem to be too keen about what you're saying there. I think.
No, I would think he would.
Yeah, just take the pills, Michael. Right. Well, we've got somebody who wishes to call in.
Okay.
So let's see whether this works. We'll get somebody in for a quick question here, as he's been chomping at the bit to ask you this question. So we'll go to Robert, and we'll see if we can get him on the line now. Skype being what it is. Is it going to work? Right, what's happening here? Mr. Robert? Are you there? What's it saying? I don't know how to do this actually now. That's oh god. Add to conference. There we go.
Yes, I've got somebody else just come up now.
There you go. Can you hear us, Robert?
Hello.
There you go. Would you like to ask Colin a question?
Again, double.
Are you listening to live stream at the same time? If you are, press pause on your live stream.
Hello.
Hello, Robert.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you here in the US.
Can you hear us?
Oh, excellent, Colin. Fantastic.
There you go.
And Matt.
There you go. Ask your question. Turn your live stream off. Press pause if you've got live stream on, because that's probably where you're getting your echo.
Hey, I'm getting double talk at the moment.
Hi, Robert.
He'll do it now. There's about a 10-second delay before the brain kicks in.
Okay, I'll do that now. Okay, right, live stream pause. Okay, hello.
Hi, Robert.
Oh, hello, Colin. Hi. I just wanted to sort of come in at the energy in crop circles angle. I've never made crop circles. I used to live in London, and I now live right in the middle of Swindon. And just to briefly say an experience from the 1990 Alton Barnes Eastfield pictogram that you investigated. And hello, you still there? Yeah. Just to quickly say, I was there with my family, and we walked into the crop circle, the second circle in. So you got Adam's grave behind you. And I was there on my own for about 5 minutes, and basically, and you might identify with this, something told me in my head, and you can't hear it. It's almost like when you hear conversations in your head, or you make conversations up. It was on that kind of level. Something told me to turn down and look to my left in that second circle in, and I did so. And basically, what happened was an area crop about 4 foot by 2 feet. Literally just kind of raised up and down in front of my eyes, and it was kind of crunching and moving up and down, and it wasn't the wind, because it was a very hot day. It was the 16th of July 1990. It was very hot, and it literally rose up and down and then settled back down again. Okay, so that's one thing that's happened to me, and I've been wanting to tell you that for 20 years, but I've never known sort of how to get through to you. I'll jump ahead because there's quite a lot here, so I'll make it brief. In 2009, the Milk Hill Formation, the long pictogram that you were talking about on an American radio show recently, I went in there in 2009. Not in the large formation. This happened. This was a smaller circle that appeared at the bottom of the field. And it looked basically man-made to us, yeah. But basically, we took 2 stems from that formation that were kind of bending down. So I don't know whether that relates to phototropism and gravitropism, but basically we took 2 stems that were pointing downwards. I took them home. And this is the amazing part. They've been on my floor for a week in Swindon in my flat. I took a quartz crystal that was a present, and I'm not really into quartz crystals, but it was a present. And for some reason, I just decided to put this quartz crystal against these 2 stems of crop from that crop formation at Milk Hill from 2009. And you might identify with this as well, but basically I was on my own, unfortunately. But the whole flat literally exploded with energy, and I must state I could not see the energy. It was really, 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 really strong. And it got to the point where I was considering leaving my flat, because I was a bit concerned as to whether, it might be a bit kind of dodgy, or, I was quite nervous about whether to stay or leave. And in the end, I just took courage and decided to stay. And I'll try and hurry it along. But basically, I went to lay down, because I needed to work that evening, and basically I closed the door that the crystal and the crop were in my flat, and the energy was literally coming down into the bedroom. I know this sounds crazy, and it was going up the soles of my feet, and it was coming into my chest, and it was kind of shooting out, and it felt like the only way to describe it is kind of like pure love, kind of loving type energy. But it was absolutely incredible. It was really strong. It was. I woke up 2 hours later, came back into the room where the crystal and the crop were, and it was still here. It was really strong. And just to state that I was thinking of leaving and going to my mother's place in Swindon just to get away from it, in case it was it was not beneficial. Okay, so that was an amazing experience. I did email Matt and told him about it a few months ago. It was absolutely incredible. And just the question I wanted to ask is in terms of the paranormal, which I've experienced, and of course you have, and many other people have that have walked into crop circles. Do you think that whatever it is this energy is that we can't name what it is that's in some of the circles, do you think it follows you back home, or do you think that when you go home you connect to it in that location, or do you think that maybe whatever happens in the circles, the energy, it kind of triggers something within you, and you become more open and connected?
That's a great.
There you
Thank
go.
you for sharing that, Robert. To start with,
Thank you. Yeah.
I can tell, of course, by your resonance that you're being
Yeah.
perfectly honest. It is
Absolutely.
your.
Yeah.
Well, I acknowledge and accept it, and
Thank
it
you.
is not at all. I think what you're talking about here is the nub of where this whole thing is. It might actually be bigger than the crop circle phenomenon per se.
Yeah.
My view is that we're looking at humanity itself is involved in some kind of programming, some kind of activity. Programming probably is the wrong term.
Yeah.
It involves other entities and other intelligent forces that appear to be attracted either by the individual or by the times that we're in, are focused upon a place because that's where human activity is focused. It's frankly impossible to know. One needs to run through each individual instance of the intuitive and interactive that you've been referring to there. I have
Yeah.
also had my conversations with Matthew and many others about this. My feeling is that what's happening here to certain individuals, it's not happening to everybody. That's, I think,
Okay.
fairly evident as it stands at the moment. And my view, as I said, I think it was on a radio program that's on my website just below this program, I did just a few days ago. I was asked some similar questions, and my answer was, which would of course be the answer to yourself, is that certain individuals are tweaked by activity that they see and feel. In your case, it was crop circles. In my case, it was crop circles. In other
Yeah.
other cases, it's UFO, whatever. But when you step forward, you acknowledge and you commit, in some sense, yourself to experience and to learning about that phenomena, that force. It somehow or other tags you. And I think this is what's happening. Matthew has had his own experiences. He stepped
Oh yeah.
forward
Absolutely.
initially to research and then to make circles because he, for whatever reasons he can explain. I stepped forward to research. You stepped forward and presumably to go down there and have a look in Wiltshire. And
Yeah.
each of the experiences has only come about as a result of engaging. That's really the word. Engaging.
Okay.
My mother, for example, and I'll finish here, but my mum was of kind of the a previous age, kind of more Victorian thinking, felt very awkward and embarrassed by the things I was involved in. My dad was a different situation altogether. He was engaged and involved, and so he would have experiences my mother wouldn't. And I think this is pretty well how it stands. We affect consciousness because our mirror neurons, the neurons, the neurons that basically control how we activate, how we action our thoughts. These mirror neurons also talk to other brains, other minds. It's mirror neurons talk to mirror neurons. And I think
Yeah.
that where we're moving here, where we're going collectively, this is why we all need to talk about this. This is we must learn now like never before because we're going somewhere. And I think, if I may say so, Robert, that
Yeah.
your experience and this evening, hopefully, will place another spoke in a wheel which is going somewhere. So that's all I can say. And I thank you for stepping forward and
Oh, thank
sharing
you.
that, of which there are a number I could also relate in very similar terms.
Is it okay to email you to give you sort of full details?
I
Is
would
that okay? Yeah.
I would absolutely value that. Yeah, please
Oh,
go onto my website,
bless you. Thank you.
colinandrews.net,
Yeah.
and there's the contact buttons there. Just come straight through on there, as
Yes.
Oh,
Robert,
that's super.
off this evening.
There
And
we
I
are.
would
Thank you.
love to get that down. Thank you.
Can I just quickly say one more thing? I know people want to call through. Is it okay?
Go on quickly then. Yeah, sure.
Yes, quickly. Okay. Just to say, Colin, that with a guy from London, we've been doing some dowsing surveys at Avebury. We just started basically, and we're trying to catalogue and get some scientific data together, and trying to involve Jim Lyons, a physicist who's involved in this kind of Earth energy type stuff. And basically, just to be quick, we found energy points at Avebury, which actually, when you come home and ask to be shown the radials that come off of the energy point, what's occurring is that we're getting an exact replica. Can be created at home, and it's kind of like it sounds crazy. The term was coined by my friend Mark. It's almost like a virtual reality version of the energy that was detected earlier back at Avebury, and you can actually douse the energy pattern. And time again, you go in to douse it, and it just comes out as the same pattern. And for instance, we were up on Silbury Hill last week at night time, and doused nine radials of energy at the top, whatever that energy is. And when I've replicated that at home to ask what the actual energy pattern is, it's actually come out as a 9-pointed star. And it seems to sort of relate to what you'd said on a radio program in America a couple of months ago, where there's some sort of energy imprint involved. So perhaps, for instance, when people make the crop circles, there's some energy that they're creating, or it's creating some sort of energy field that you kind of interact with. And I'm losing my train of thought, but I know what I'm trying to say.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've made the point that everything is energy. Everything is energy, and we're all involved in that. And I think the golden nugget here is that we, as individuals, we as human beings, are who we're looking for. We are the God force. We have everything inside of us. And I think with dowsing, the subconscious knows everything. The subconscious knows everything. And so, therefore, you are not aware in the conscious side of your mind that you have already secured the patterning, that you are then dowsing or have dowsed, and repeat it through the mechanism of the dowsing rods. It's really an also feedback system from the subconscious, in my view. I think there's a lot of new science coming through that would support that.
Absolutely, that's fantastic, Colin. Thanks very much. Okay,
thanks.
Thank you,
thanks, Robert.
I'd better get now.
Okay, if you drop the call, that'll save me having to try and find out how to do it. So you press down, and that'll.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for the call.
And take care, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, we've got a question from the chat channel for you, Colin. Very briefly.
That was it good?
Oh God, look at him. Press the down button, you buggers. See this?
Impressed.
You know when it's still listening to you. Oh, has he gone? No, he's still on. He's still on. He's still on. I'm going to have to find out how to press the down button. Hang on a second.
Me?
Yes, you have to press the down button, sir. Because I can't find out how to do it.
Put me off.
No, press the down button. Because I can't see how to do it. Robert, press the down button. Please.
Down, Don. Down?
End the call, Robert.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
That could be embarrassing.
Well, yeah, he's still there. He's like, oh, I loved you, hear it? It was fucking great, that was. Fucking hell, I was talking to Colin Andrews. Of course, I put in a posh voice. But, it's quite sound, wasn't he? Colin, do you want to fancy a shag? All right, love.
Really, really rude.
Let's get the cocaine out now. He's still on the line. Look, can you press the down button? I can't do it, Robert. Can you press the down button? I can't do it, Robert. Can you press the down button? I can't do it.
Do you, Matthew, you mean the end call button? I think it's gone now, isn't he?
No, he's still there. I can't press the down button because my Skype is locked on screen.
Oh God, what have I done?
Well, press end call, down end call. Press the reset button on your PC.
I'm really sorry. I'm going to disconnect the PC, see if that'll work out. End call. It's not coming up with it, is it? It's embarrassing.
I think he might have pressed the reset button on his PC. Goodness gracious. I cannot get control of my Skype. It's on screen. I have no control over anything on this PC now. Nothing. Not a sausage.
Boy. Oh, wow.
So I think there's a problem with this call, he says. So he may have gone now. So we might just be on one person.
Do I need to do anything here?
No, you're fine. Okay, so basically, where were we at? A user called GBZ was asking, how many of the Wiltshire circles at the moment do you think are genuine? And I'll press some buttons here whilst you're answering that.
I think there's a possibility of one simple circle with a ring, but in general, and I've not visited any of them. Of course, I'm only looking from a monitor. And information being sent across by Paul Anderson in Great Britain. So my feeling is that they are all man-made there so far this year. One is of interest, and that's where I'll head when we get over.
Right, okay, great. Right, well, we're still with you. I don't know what happened to that, but it's coming up with on screen saying there's all sorts of problems with Skype at the moment. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I have no control over that PC at all now. Right, so that's what you get when you bring people into a conference call. Yes, that's what you get.
I have still got Robert on my screen also here, but
yes,
it's not interfering with anything. There he's gone.
It's just gone. It took about 5 minutes, but he's gone now. There we go. Right. Okay. Belief in 80%. How did you really come to that figure? Because that's a very controversial thing. The 80% possibly being man-made. I mean, people say, is this just a figure pulled out of the air? Did you make this up? Or, it sounds a bit rounded off, doesn't it, 80% as well?
It was rounded off. Yes. It was simply rounded off, because it's the way you explain yourself. 79, I believe, I should have had it here, of course.
Yes.
79.3 or whatever it is, was rounded to 80%. I mean, That's all there is to it. You're looking at the majority. And each one was looked at in detail. Many of them were. I think some of these guys were aware that, in fact, they were being tailed. The ground details, all in the assessment. Maybe this is a time to bring up the assessment there, your end, Matthew.
Yes,
what do you
certainly.
feel about that?
Hang on a second then.
The assessment is on site 5.
I have no control over getting rid of your Skype screen on this PC now. Hang on.
Oh.
I may do. Let me just do that. Are you still there? Yes, you're there.
Yep.
Right. I think I've got control. It all seemed to go a bit Pete Tong when Robert was up. So let me just have a look at these. Now, which number is this by your
This is
numbers?
section 5.
Section 5, a particular number? Number 1?
Well, we can start at the top and run through if you like.
Section 5, number 1. Okay. That will come up.
So how did the numbers... Yeah.
Yes.
I obviously can't see, but when you've got it on the screen, then I'll talk to them. I'll go through from the graphic 5.1 through to graphic 5.24.
Okay.
And obviously, I'm not going to hang around because there's a lot there.
Right.
But this is the way that the information was pulled together, and then it was simply a matter of counting them. I mean, that's all there was to it. That if an event was considered to be man-made by the ground markings or the detective work, then it was man-made, and that counted as 1. And obviously, we went from there. Add them up, and the percentages came out wherever they came. So we had professional detectives. These are retired police detectives. And whilst I think it's fairly well known now who one of those was, I'm not at liberty to talk about the others. I can say that it was a private detective agency because these are still undercover people.
Right,
and so therefore it's not right of me to name them or locate them, but these are still agencies that are at work with ex-retired police detectives. One is based in Southampton, England, and the other one is in Hampshire, northern part of Hampshire in England, and a limited amount of work was done with one, much more with the other. So they were feeding off of names that I gave them, information that they dug into, and they did their own groundwork. They actually visited with other officers the actual sites also. This has not been, I don't think, related to until tonight, is that it wasn't only a matter of surveillance. These guys went into the fields and were looking as early as we could get them in to see the ground features and the evidence. And remember, these are people that were responsible in their time within the police force for having people locked away for criminal activity. So these are people that have a professional eye, that have applied the techniques of the police force on the ground. That's just picture 1.1.5.1.
Yes, yes.
5.2, sorry.
Yes, we're having a look. No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so picture 5.2 is simply learning the effects on the ground and in the plants with applying different methods. One, this is Robert Irving with his roller. We also looked at those using the stomper board with larger implements, all kinds of things. And so that was information learned and then applied to the circles in 1999 and the year 2000. You will see under the stomper board that Doug Bowers has in his hand, and this is now in graphic 5.3.
Right, okay.
And also, so you have
yes.
the stomper board of Doug Bauer, and leaving the furrowed markings that you can see from the aircraft on the right-hand side, and left by any and all people that make crop circles using a similar implement. So where you have an implement of, I'm just going to make this number up because they'll all vary in length, but
right.
I mean, you're looking at around 3 feet, as you know. That then translates into a marking of 3 feet that you're going to see from the aircraft.
3 feet is about a metre, by the way, for anybody else.
Yes.
You know, for the Europeans out there.
That's right. And for the Americans who still don't understand the meters. So Robert Irving, as you can see there with his roller, leaving in the design shown an entirely different, you could say, fingerprint.
Right, so that's Rob Irving's roller on the left, and this is the type of markings. It's a little bit harder to see. If anything, one could say it's a lot of it's more of a finer effect.
Yeah, it is true. It's a much more flat
yes.
and much more total, evenly distributed weight. That's what it amounts to. You've got 2 feet going down on a very thin surface is different to all of your weight pushing down on a roller, which is in contact throughout the surface area. So it's kind of a different effect.
Yes.
You are shown in graphic 5.4 with the work that you were doing, I believe, with Ron Russell and Simeon Hine.
Yes, and Ron Russell invited Linda Moulton Howe to watch this particular formation being made. Linda Moulton Howe saw that there were electromagnetic effects picked up on equipment carried by Ron Russell and Simeon Hine. We were expecting her to go back on a radio show and tell everybody, oh yes, I've just seen a circle being made and it had electromagnetic effects. She went back on the show and she said, I saw a circle being made. It was crap, and I think they work for the CIA. End of.
That's right. End of story.
End of.
Yep.
Cover that one up. Well, just sweep that under the carpet that you've just had electromagnetic effects in a man-made circle. Don't want to tell the public that, do you, Linda?
No, it's very regrettable.
Yes.
It's very regrettable.
So sorry to cut into you there then.
No, not at all. Not at all. So graphic 5.4, again, it's looking at the groove effect by the methods that you were applying in front of a camera, photographic evidence of you making it. So 5.5, looking for other clues.
Yes.
Well, logically, one is looking at, and I've applied a very simple geometry here of the Celtic cross, that one needs to stand in the center of the first circle to construct the ring that strikes through the center of each of the satellites, and therefore you need to be able to get to that place to start the geometry.
Yes.
So one is looking for, as we always did incidentally, But this is just kind of speaking it out. You don't need any of this, but the people that are standing on this, everything is still real, needs to kind of really take this in if they have not already, but are just denying themselves the reality.
Yes.
Well, we walk up the tractor tire mark and we walk through the plants at a minimum distance possible so that we minimize the amount of damage to those plants, and we reach the center where we need to start the construction.
So you're talking about walking up the left-hand side here, walking into this area and into the center. Yeah, okay, I'm just zooming it in. Yeah.
Yeah, so having reached that place and made the geometry, if you're looking for CID with CID for clues, you're now going to be lifting the plants that have been flattened into this lovely geometry and swirled around to find the plants that were not involved in that circle construction, but that were involved in the getting to the start of the circle construction. In other words, covering the tracks that were made in reaching the place that was necessary to start the construction is still there.
Yes.
It's underneath the swirled geometry.
Yes.
And so these are looking for other clues that were found in the 80%.
Good.
This rounded up figure. And so really what I just wanted to kind of move through fairly quickly, because there's a lot here, is, how many, how closely have we looked at people making circles and for how long? Well, the first time that Pat Delgado and myself witnessed this at the invitation of Southern Television in Hampshire was in 1986, before the Doug and Dave public expose. And these are the photographs, as you can see there on your screen, of these guys making this particular circle.
Okay, which one are we on to now? Next photo, is it?
I'm sorry, Matthew.
Men at Work, Short History. Yeah.
5-6.
Yes, this is Men at Work, Short History.
Yeah, the little camera, I believe it's the camera, I've got a small version on mine here, but under 1986 number 1, top right of that graphic, you'll see that there's a symbol which shows that this was photographed. In other words, there's film evidence, photographic evidence of what it is I'm describing here.
Right, okay.
The next graphic, 5-7, were two more young guys that made crop circles before Doug and Dave, and these two made a circle next to a circle and a ring that was already in the field of Chesford Head in Hampshire. Well, this is the field where I saw the first quintuplet set that started my work in 1983. It's the same field. Well, here we have two guys that told us how they made it, met them on site, and indeed the one that they constructed using their bodies and nothing more was again markedly different to the one that was in the field to the right hand side. The one that's arrowed, they made. And these again are, what I'm showing you is that the ground detail is something that we have in the database able to reflect upon when you're looking at detective work which was carried out during 1999 and 2000. Graphic 5.8, the next slide.
Yes.
Shows the work of Hans and Jürgen from Germany, who over many years conducted experiments with exquisitely made but relatively simple geometries, each of which I guess unbeknown to them, I haven't spoken with either. I know
one has passed away.
Course.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's
indeed.
Koch
yes,
and Kyborg, sometimes known as, isn't it? Koch and Kyborg team.
That's right.
Of researchers. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have a whole other chapter to this story because of the interactive side of their discovery when making these crop markings. Well, each of these, again, is evidence of people making crop circles. This plays into the other point that we made earlier on. 5.9.
Okay, this is number 11 picture, is it? Yep.
It should be 9, actually.
5.9.
Okay. Yes, number 11 picture. Yeah, I got
yes.
you. This is 1998, and the design that John Lumberg and with the Circlemakers in London were flown out by NBC television and made this design on special cameras, filmed them making it, and then they sped this time-lapse photography up to show this on national television. So again, photographic evidence of the crop design being made.
And I see you've ringed an area which, if you have a look, you can kind of see these stomp marks again.
Yes,
And
thank you.
We've zoomed in on that now. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but these should become very familiar with people who are really looking to decipher and reevaluate. You know, this isn't the end of the world. These are crop circles. This is a period in our history where everything we do is being reevaluated. This is just one subject, but our world is being reevaluated right now, and I hope that's where we might end our program later today. This is a small part of a very big picture.
Yes, this is the Facebook culture. You can't get away with anything. You know, you go to a bar and speak to a woman, and you can bet your photo is going to be on the internet faster than you know, and you're going to be divorced, and that'll be the end of it. That might not be a negative thing, like with the crop circles, finding out that humans are making them. At the end of the day, yes, you might be divorced, but then you might meet somebody nicer.
That's right. That is right.
Same with the circle makers. You may have to
moving on.
Yes, moving quickly on. Yes, you may get into a gay bar and end up going out with somebody that you didn't really think you'd be going out with at the end of the night. But moving on. Yes, right, okay.
Things happen, Matthew. Things happen.
Right. Tell us later after the show's over, Colin.
Right.
Okay.
This is 510.
Photo 12.
Yes, photo 12. Now this is just a quick spread again to show these were made by people, photograph being made, and that this is really the ground effect and the data that we have on what was actually found on the ground that helped in the evaluation of the assessment. And this is evidence. Evidence.
Yes.
This stuff that we keep being told doesn't exist of being made. Well, the next one, Stephen Alexander will know a lot about himself because not only I believe this is Steve's photograph, incidentally, let's just say this. I personally no axe to grind. Steve is a wonderful photographer. As far as I'm concerned, for his photography, I take my hat off to him. He and I have spent many and many hours in aircraft taking photographs, and so I'll tip my hat on that. But I think there are other things that may or may not come into tonight's show. But as far as this design is concerned, this is a UCO Soil Association logo, commissioned, made by people.
Yes.
There's the evidence, right? Next one is a logo, commissioned, made by people, and I think that's Steve's photograph too. I don't know what he knows about it, how he knows, or whatever he's declared and hasn't. It isn't my problem. We've all got a part. I'm fessing up here as far as I can to what I believe has happened in my part in it. So that's 512, which is picture 14. Again, evidence of what was made by people. Moving quickly on, because I know there's an awful lot coming behind all this, is graphic 514.
Oh, this is 5.
That's the design that you made with the crew that we have already spoken about, and the effects
went on to the Space Star Mitsubishi, so we've jumped one. Oh, then we're on to 16 is the one for I think we've skipped the Mitsubishi one, but we can come back to that later. Okay, carry on then. Sorry.
Well, I don't have too much to say about Mitsubishi other than that they paid an awful lot of money to the circle makers in London to make it.
Yes, well, everyone can see that's obviously an alien-made car thing. Yes,
motor car,
trying to tell us about using too much petrol.
Beautiful piece of work.
Yes,
it's a beautiful piece of work. I mean, you've got to say.
Well, yes, it's an interesting method they use, but it was done in daylight. I think they're probably better off like we are when we're doing actual geometry shapes rather than trying to copy literal images, because it's not easy to do, especially when you're expecting what you see. Because if it's a car, it has to look exactly like the car looks. If it looks anything like anything else, it doesn't work. So you've got to get it right. But if you're doing something that's a bit geometrical or a bit weird, you didn't know what the original was meant to look like in the first place. So you get away with loads. So it is very hard to do those literal type images of the car and things like that.
Yeah. The graphic you've still got up is the 514, Matthew? I can move beyond it. That's the one that you made. And again, what I'm doing there is indicating the construction marks of the stomper board and the alignment that had to be made for the pathway before the arc was drawn out.
Yes.
There's this detail there. It's man-made. It was photographed. It was filmed. There's evidence of it, and we know what's involved. That's really all there's much to be said.
And although that
you
isn't
may
a
have something
very
to say.
impressive circle to look at because it's just an R, what is important to remember is that there were electromagnetic effects which were considered to be the highest readings that had ever been taken by Ron Russell and Simeon Hein on their equipment in this daylight-made formation. That's an interesting
this
point.
is interesting.
Even though it's
Absolutely.
a crappy little R, you know.
Well, I'm
they had
pleased
that.
you've raised it. I'm pleased you've raised it, Matthew, because
Yes.
the point is this. This is where we do, again, I'm sorry to be repeating myself, but we do all really do need to get on the same platform, onto the same page, as I think what they say over here.
Yes.
And it is because the electrostatic field, now there are reasons, I'm an electrical engineer myself, there's a reason, of course, why often the amount of air, the insulator, is removed from around standing plants. The plants are now flat on the ground, and there's an infill over the top of an insulation, which is the air. So the electrostatic field changes as a result simply of that alone, let alone the geometry. But here's the other thing. We do not know, and I would challenge you and I would challenge others to know much more about the other forces that are coming into effect here. With that electrostatic field that Simeon measured, the question is, was he measuring that as a result of the changes in the topography locally as a result of what you constructed, or something else that was sniffing around? I mean, when you have other effects going on, as you have seen and others, and I have seen, of flashing lights, of dark shadows, of orbs, of all these things, you're looking at a number of other domains and possibilities. They exist, they are part of it, and we need to debate what's going on and not arguing about what's real and not. What's happening in the fields, what is real, is that we've had 30 years of investigating, looking at, integrating ourselves into the landscape with designs that some may not be made by people, certainly many are. And so that's where we are. The challenge is on us. It's not on anything else. The challenge is on us to sort ourselves out. But the electrostatic field told us something. That's not normal. It's not normal.
Yes.
So we need to investigate it, locate it, and grid it out and do the job much more thoroughly. But I think graphic 515, you probably have more to say about than I do, but it is certainly one, it's an unusual, it was at the time fairly unique design that you constructed and got prosecuted for it. And I personally would just say, if I may, and I'll open it up for you on your own program here, because you're the guy that took the hot seat for this. And I don't personally, and I've never, I've probably had much more evidence to hot tell people making crop circles than Mr. Glickman did. But he chose to be vindictive and to target you. I believe, along with Whitley Strieber, which surprises me. I know Whitley personally. I like Whitley. But you were targeted to make an example of you. But what it proved, I really don't know. What it proved is that we are a vindictive, we have vindictive nature at work. That is not what research is about. You proved something, and we should have learned by it.
Stop saying I'm a vindictive bastard, Colin. I'm gonna come over to the crop circle places in the United States and have you.
Just
Wow.
Mr. Glickman there, then giving his sort of warnings. You know, I mean, well, that's the thing. I think he was quite determined that by doing what he did and getting us arrested, that it would stop it. You know, it would make it go away. And all it really did is right from day one is highlight the fact that people are making circles. So in order to sort of prove that people aren't making circles, he goes and gets somebody who makes circles arrested, which kind of proves they are.
Yeah. Yeah,
self-defeating.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, it wasn't clever, but it did place him, I suppose, top of this clan that wished to hit over the knuckles anybody that encroaches.
Talked out.
encroaches upon the big money maker of everything's real. Listen, we don't need another false church. We do not need another false religion. We need to understand ourselves and be honest with ourselves.
Indeed, yes. Well, there's that formation over there, which was the sevenfold star, as you say. We've got that one up on screen at the moment, and a certain myself with a bit of hair and much larger glasses. In fact, I'm probably styling them on your glasses, because you had sort of some quite big glasses.
I did.
I think we've got some photos of them coming up a bit later on. Yes, they're all good.
And then I got terribly modern.
Yes, I say, not maybe we weren't in fashion for today, but maybe at the time we were okay. So
That's
yes.
right.
So go ahead, Colin. Which photo would you like to go to next?
I'll kind of tell through these fairly quickly, Matthew.
Okay, sure.
516, I think we're making the points. I mean, I'm hoping we are. It won't satisfy everybody, but 516, the graphic 516, which is number 18 on the actual graphic.
We've got him, yeah.
Constructed by Simeon and a group. I believe you were involved.
I think I've admitted to it now, this one, yes.
I
didn't at the time, but I've actually admitted to nearly all the circles I've made. And I've done this in an attempt to help people to understand what has been going on. But I know that it's, again, you see, it hasn't been talked about and bandied around the crop circle conferences, and it's not like, well, hey, we've got a list of all the circles Matt says he's done, so we can count these off the list, folks, and we can now look at all the other circles and think they're the real ones. But no, they're not interested. That's not what happens at these crop circle conferences. It's not about research.
No, it's not about dialogue. It's not about true dialogue. I mean, here you are today. I've given my time. I'm not asking for any thanks for that, but you've given yours.
Yes.
And everybody listening in are hoping that we're all going to be, we're all being honest and open, and we're interacting. We're available to anybody to talk to. But this program is not posted on any of the major websites that cover crop circles. And why isn't it? We need to ask that question. Why isn't it? You know, I seem to be perhaps getting up a little bit uptight here, but if we are, if we are to come together on it, there's nothing lost here. I guess I lost as much as anybody, because I left my country, which was Great Britain. I lost a marriage. I lost my job, and I'm here now, still with the subject, still hopefully adjusting to what is happening, and that is a loss. But others, that are just sitting on the side here, playing a violin, that everything is wonderful, and there's no evidence that they're man-made. I heard it on the program with Glickman and Whitley Strieber. Whitley has now apparently been in 5 crop circles and says, we can take it from him, nobody made those circles. Well, that's pretty bloody wonderful. I've personally been in about, I don't know what it is, 1,500, 2,000 of them, in England and in other places. And I don't agree.
Yes. Well, I mean, I was going to come back to you on the point, obviously, remind me, Whitley Strieber being in a few crop circles, but before I forget it, you showed Rob Irving helping you with showing these works being done. He had his roller with him. I'm just interested, did Rob offer to do that for yourself, and he didn't do it for you? He was doing it for somebody else?
Yeah, what happened is I was invited along to witness it being done,
right,
by Sky Television, who I was also involved in that documentary.
Right.
I don't think Robert was aware that I was going to be there, but being the guy that he is, he's very fast in his head. This is kind of just a little funny byline. The only time that anybody could remotely say that I was involved in the construction of a crop circle, I had no intentions of doing. The film crew was actually filming, which that graphic we looked at shows. That was Sky Television. And Robert stood out in the center of the crop, threw the end of the measuring tape into my feet, and said, "Oh, Colin, would you just hold that a minute? Whilst I scribe out this circle to make for the television camera." And so for that split second, Colin Andrews was
a circle maker.
Make a crop circle.
Well, it was going to be a question I was going to ask later on. It is in the list, but yes, you may have answered it now. But okay, we've got this Simeon Hine circle up on the screen, hash 18, and it's 516 is the JPEG number.
Yeah.
hang on. Just before we go back to that, then, let me just pick up the point. Whitley Stryber's saying, I've been in 5 circles now and there's no way that people could have made them. That is a very interesting opinion for somebody who hasn't really done a lot of research and been in many crop circles and done it for very long. But a very interesting thing that he would say that, considering that he is now starting to see a possibility of lecturing, maybe, on these things and getting paid a lot of money to come out as the wonderful alien abduction person who now also says crop circles can't be made by people.
Yeah, it's disappointing. I have to say, I've been on Whitley's program myself, and I am sorry to be having to say what I'm saying here, because I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have to be saying it, but let me say that the program, which is public domain, it was coming off of his own radio site, the country radio program that he runs, and I listened to the Michael Glickman and Whitley, and it was one of a number that Michael Glickman has done for him, and the actual comment was paraphrased somewhat, but pretty well on, was Whitley saying to Michael Glickman, who had repeated many times that there's no evidence. There is just no evidence, these people that make crop circles. There's no evidence.
Yes.
And Whitley came in and said, well, as you know, thank you for helping us out over there in England. Michael, we visited with you 4 or 5 crop circles, and listeners, you can take it from me. People do not make these circles.
Well,
you can take it from me.
Yes.
There you go.
Anyway, that's it. I've asked and made the point now. Yes, it's just funny. There's sometimes these Americans who come over, for a couple of months during the summer, and they seem to know more about it than seasoned researchers or even circle makers who've been doing it for about 20 years. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? But there we are. Americans seem to stomp around the globe telling people how things really are, aren't they? Yes.
Yeah.
They've got their own stomper boards and ships and missiles and things like that. So
I know.
They're not circle makers; they're world makers. Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway,
the radio program makers.
Yes. Okay.
I'll do 2 more quickly.
Sure.
I think there's other stuff here, Matthew, and it's available for anybody that wants it. It's on an assessment CD. It's all here for anybody who wants to see it. Apparently,
we're putting it up on the website as well, on CirclemakersTV.org, so that people can download these pictures. It'll be on the links page. So
thank you, Matthew. All I would say is, if people could respect the fact that all this material is copyright. I know copyright stands for very little these days out on the internet. We're all doing what we have to do, but they are copyright, and therefore, they're given through the websites now for you to have a look at. But please just respect that fact.
And if you want to use them, contact Colin. And as long as Colin knows what's going on, you can always do a deal. It's better to ask rather than just take.
I think so.
Of course, me being the big hypocrite with Steve Alexander's photos recently that I've been using against his copyright and against his permission. But hey, we'll talk about that later.
Bad man.
Naughty man, yes.
517, have you got that one there?
Yep.
That's just quickly to show that this was made in 2 phases. And again, all of the construction marks are clearly evident. Even you can see the underlays. Actually, you probably can't see them too clearly on that graphic that you've gotten. I've got another one in front of me here, and the Virgin information is very clear.
Yes, you can see them. Yes, I'm zoomed in now. Yeah. You can see them.
Your eye will pick them up faster than most people because you know how these things are constructed. But you can see the construction marks. Now, 518, I think, is kind of overwhelming in the sense that it not only can you see the construction marks, you can see the construction pins still there in position where they needed to be to construct this particular design, which was held by some of the people we've spoken about as the most amazing thing since sliced bread.
That was one of mine.
It is. Yeah,
that's one of mine.
That's one of yours, is it?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I've admitted to these. I'll point you at a lecture I gave for. You can type this into YouTube. It's Weird Weekend by the Centre for Fortean Zoology. So CFZ Weird Weekend Matthew Williams. Type that into YouTube, and there's an hour-long lecture I give where I reveal all. So I've listed all these formations that I've created. Not some of the best out there, but certainly I've gone into which ones I've done.
Oh yeah.
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 And I know
And
people
I
did
think,
say they loved this. They absolutely loved it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 518. Sorry, 519, 20, and 21 is a gorgeous design.
Yes.
I think I'm right in saying, not to say anything here that I'm not certain of, but please, I stand to be corrected. I believe that Linda Howe was skywatching that night.
Very
Woodbury
nearby,
Hill,
yes. Yes.
Very nearby, when this, in fact, was constructed by people very, very close to her. And again, all of the details have been recorded, the underlays and all the construction marks. And there it is. It's man-made. It was part of the work that was done during that year.
Well, if this was created by people, and I'm not saying whether it was or it wasn't, take from that what you will, but if this was constructed by people, the distance between Linda Moulton Howe and the party of people who may have been constructing this would have been very short. And they would have been below Linda Moulton Howe's position. So she would have been on top looking down into the area where they could have been creating this possibly. And she didn't see anything. Interesting.
No. Yeah. And I think just that final graphic, the final three graphics, 22, 23, 24, show some of the beautiful patterns of that year 2000, all of which were made by people.
Let's have a little look and see which ones I know. Yeah, there's one in the third. It's in the middle and it's third line down. It's like triangles with sort of like a radioactive triangle symbol in the middle.
See it.
That's definitely one of ours. The one to the right of it, that's one of ours. I got a feeling the one on the left, which is like two triangles, just out on their own, two triangles, that one is. The one next to it to the right, which is like row 4, second in from the left, the pentagram, which has a triangle, and it's based on it's on a 5-fold geometry being forced into 6-fold geometry. So it's a pentagram being forced into a 6-fold geometry thing. That's one of mine. That was one of mine. The one on the lower right, second in from the right, and the lowest line is the one we were just talking about a minute ago. It's the one that looks like it looks like coffins almost. You know, that's what the best description for what it was.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, and I've got a recollection, but I'm not sure about the middle bottom one. That seems familiar for some reason. Yeah, that seems familiar. And there's a crappy little one up on the, I've got to say, on the left-hand side, third line down. It's a circle that looks like a speech bubble with a triangle inside it and two little. Now that looks familiar. I got a funny feeling that was a funny little thing. I've even got a feeling that the one on the top right, it's the left of the 2000. So it's one in from all the others. Then it's on the top. It's like a flower petal.
Gotcha.
Flower petal.
Gotcha.
That looks familiar as well. And there was a mistake in that one because I don't think all the flower petals matched up properly.
No, right, I remember.
I got a feeling there was a slight mistake in that one. So, but yeah, those are very familiar, and the ones I've mentioned definitely, so I don't know about the other ones. I know they're man-made, I would say, in my estimation, but I can't tell you who did them. But I would have I would have had a better idea at the time, but it escapes me now, and I wouldn't be able to say anyway. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's all good information.
Right.
So that's as much as I have to say. I don't know if there's any other questions, but on the assessment, that's what I would have to say that I can put my hand on.
We've got another picture, which is 523. I can tell you that if we zoom to them, I'll show you. This one top left, that's definitely one of ours. There was a mistake down where some of it wasn't filled in. You can see a bit that wasn't filled properly on that one. That's the top left.
Which one's that, Matthew?
On 24, I think this is JPEG 24.
Okay.
I think it is. Let me just see what it says.
Yeah, what?
23, sorry, 23. Top left,
23,
and there's a little mistake with the filling on the bottom section of that one where it wasn't filled properly. I'm pretty confident about the top row. The second row, there's a like a fire petal type thing that seems to be spiraling out, and there's one arm hasn't been completed.
Oh, yes.
Yes. That was originally
Yes.
my design, and it was recompleted later on to correct it because it hadn't been executed properly on that night. It's very weird, actually, because there's a very strange effect happened to all the people who were present during making that circle, where literally we were like as if we'd been zapped, and we couldn't think, we couldn't continue to make the circle. We had to walk away and leave it like that, and that's why that little white bit on the side, which looks like a little ghost or a hand holding a ball or something like that. That's why that was created, because we literally got zapped. And I was saying to the other circle makers, "Where are we? Where's the line? What are we doing? What are we?" And everybody's like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Well, I can't think." And they were like, "I can't think either." And I was like, "We're not meant to finish this. Let's just do what we can, and we have to leave," because we couldn't finish it. It wasn't a case of we didn't want to finish it. We just had exhausted ourselves of battling. Our brains weren't working. Our brains were stopped working that night. That was a very interesting effect, I thought.
Interesting.
I think the one on that page, fourth down, which is this one here, looks like a checkered pattern. I think that was a basket weave that won that one. That was done.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of mine. Basket weave is something I invented, and the basket weave is one of the ones I've admitted to as well.
I believe that also was the one where I did actually make the announcement on BBC television.
Right.
I was standing in that when I made the announcement about the 2080 that caused 10 years of threats in my life.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, extraordinary.
And going on to the third one, this one here at Allington, which is second line down, second in from the left, which is on the next set, which is photo probably 24. Photo 24. Yeah. It's a bit hard to describe, but it's based on six-fold geometry, and it's black, white, little lines. That one is that one's mine. I replicated that in New Zealand. There was a small mistake in the original. The one that was done in New Zealand didn't have the mistake in it, so it was a replication of that. Obviously, the R is the one next to the R to the right of it. That is one of ours. The one in the middle, I suppose, fourth row down. That's the Simeon Hine one, I believe.
Yes.
Showing earlier on. That one is one of ours. Yeah. I'm confident about the others being man-made, but you can just put it down to saying that's a personal opinion.
Yeah.
There we are. So, yes. Now we've got Government Circles, the book, up on the screen. Do you want to tell people a little bit about the book they can get if they're interested in finding out a bit more?
Thank you. Well, it was written recently written because the British government had made a statement, which was an official statement, prepared, written and posted by the then employee and head of the UFO project for the Ministry of Defence, Nick Pope, at Secretariat Section 2A in Whitehall. And the statement, which was on Nick's website and forwarded on to, of course, many others, was untrue. And it was inaccurate and untrue in ways that troubled me. And because I had evidence of that fact, I contacted Nick, who I like a lot. We are friends. And Nick had helped me. I'd had meetings with Nick in his job over a number of years in London. And so therefore, I don't have an axe to grind with Nick personally. Whilst he was sworn, and of course still is sworn, to the Official Secrets Act, he was instructed to write what he wrote, to play down the official involvement in the crop circle phenomena and the UFO. And I strongly objected to the fact that the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, and the Queen, the royal household, were effectively, as the head of state that the Queen is, was being given inaccurate information. And so, because I was the person who was supplying the both of those bodies technical reports during that 2-year period, I said to Nick that I would like to see an adjustment made, a modification made to the statement he had made. And over time, it transpired that this did not happen. And so I made it clear, several years before this book was written, that it would be written. And I, in fact, would publish documentation which would put an entirely different light on this statement of the Minister of Defense, which I did. The government circles is, in my opinion, one of the most important documented pieces of evidence related to the involvement, not the lack of it, of the British government and the interest of, and not the lack of it, of the royal family, of a number of named individuals in the royal family, of whom I have great respect. I like a royal family who are engaged in all subjects. This is one that has a flavor of embarrassment. It certainly is with the media, as we all know. The UFO, crop circles, and all the rest of the things that we would talk on this program are not those that get talked on many other programs. And the least you expect is to have an official acknowledgement that the prominent members of the British royal family and the British government are showing any interest at all. Hence why the statement was written, to downplay both the involvements and interest in the crop circles. So whilst that applies to the UFO, my expertise, my involvement was in the crop circles. And so the book was written. It includes hard documentation, letters from the Queen, Duke of Edinburgh, from the Deputy Prime Minister, Geoffrey Howe, from members of Parliament, my own member of Parliament, chief scientific advisors. It shows the reports I wrote that advised the Cabinet, the Undersecretary of State, the Secretary of State for the Environment, Nicholas Ridley. Those reports were written by me and submitted on request of me. And so I wrote that book. It is a book that should hold us all in good standing. It is now being acknowledged, and on BBC Radio recently, a recording of this is on my website. Nick was not aware that I was coming on to a program that he was being interviewed on, and incidentally, nor was I. It wasn't a setup. I received a telephone call from the very handset on my left-hand side of where I'm sat now, and it was BBC in Great Britain asking if I would go on air in about 10 seconds to discuss this subject because I had been on a platform with Nick Pope in Washington, D.C. Recently, and I agreed to do it. And so Nick had told the audience of Great Britain on that BBC radio program all the things that his report stated, none of which were accurate and all of which I had to correct. And I did it with documentary evidence, which is in that book, all minus one document I was threatened and told to remove, which was removed from my website and from the book. And on BBC Radio, on the program I'm referring to,
yes,
I came on air and Nick acknowledged that my version of the facts were more accurate than his own. He acknowledged, and you can hear it for yourself in Nick's own voice,
there you go,
acknowledging that fact.
He's not a bad guy. He's just had his hands tied over the years with what he's officially allowed to do. He's paid a wage to tell people a particular slant, isn't he? It's his job. You know, it's treated as a matter of national security that people don't get too flustered by UFOs, so therefore it's played down. That's right. He's had to do that over the years. Can you press your webcam button again? Because people are saying, where's Colin gone? And I'm like, well, actually, the webcam sort of froze up, so if you can do that, and we'll see if we can see it.
I will just bring it back in. Is anything happening for you?
I shall see if anything comes up.
I've selected the camera. Should be on. I mean, maybe I need to drop out and come straight back into everything again. You're seeing video on this call because Matthew P has video. It tells me here, Matthew, that you're seeing video. I am seeing video on this call because Matthew has group video calling. Does that mean anything?
Tell you what, if I'll ring you again and it'll probably start working. It's probably because we lost the call earlier on. I'll ring you back very quickly then.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can drop this end call. And now we will see if we can get him back, because it's a bit hard to control this. There we are. I'm seeing something now, so it's probably going to come up. There we are, Colin. That sounds. That
how's
seems
that?
like it may be. We've got you back now. So,
Okay.
So it's not too painful to get you back. Let's see if we can bring you up on screen. There we go. Keep everyone in channel happy. So yes, Mr. Nick Pope. Anything else to say on that? He wasn't able to obviously discuss it when he was in the job, but now that he's been slightly released from his responsibilities and things have changed in the MOD, he's telling a slightly different line. And again, vindication for yourself. And you should really be vindicated for the fact that you're one of the first to actually say that the crop circles are mostly, if not, my position, all made by people.
Yeah, well, I would just go one step further, actually, if we've got I guess we've still got time, right?
Yes, we've got loads of time. We're at 10 o'clock now, and we've got 1 hour left till the end of the show, so we'll cram it all in there.
Well, if you're able, Matthew, to bring up section 6.
Yes, we'll do that.
Number 6.1.
Okay, so 6.1. That's your photo of the book. Yes.
Just the book. Okay, that's just to show you where we're going with this. Okay, I think just a funny little line here. I heard Nick saying to you on the program you did with him, on which I thought he was very straightforward. He does say that he found it rather funny that Colin Andrews appears in light and in wonderment, positive mood in his photograph, but Nick Pope is painted as a miserable, dark-suited black entity, something like that. And of course he's right. It was chosen to show that I'm the guy that's telling you the facts. This guy, be careful.
Well, that's just psychology at work, isn't it? But then again, I've got a slightly different slant on this photo, and it's like Mr. Pope is looking like he's a bit constipated there, and Mr. Andrews is going, "Hey, bitch, look at the hand because the face ain't listening." And also, you look a little bit like you're measuring something there, like hey Nick, what's this? It's an inch. I know what I'm saying, man. This is an inch.
Well, what we have to acknowledge is that Nick just recently got married, so maybe it's not so bad. No,
he's doing well now. I think that inch might have grown to being at least several. So he's doing well for himself. Yeah. So and hope he doesn't mind me saying that. Sir. Keep sending the checks. Keep sending the checks, Nick.
No, Nick Pope's okay. I mean, I will say this too. I don't think I'd want to go too far with it, but I recognise
Nick and Colin. We never knew. Okay. All right.
I did recognise in Nick Pope when I attended a couple of meetings with him in London, whilst he was in his post, that this was a guy that would likely be the bridge,
Indeed.
The interface between the Ministry of Defence and the secret documentation, which all of these major governments have gotten. We're getting just a little cream of it at the moment, but there's some stuff coming. And Nick would be the guy that could and would, with his experience and his very personable personality, that would be able to bridge us into a new period. And I said this to my wife and to other people, keep your eye on Nick Pope, because this is the guy that's going to be the British government spokesman on the UFO. And it has turned out to be. So,
yes.
Things are happening. So if we move on to 6.2.
Okay. We shall come on to that. Go ahead.
You will see here photographs from the very authorities that the Home Secretary informed the British government and the Houses of Parliament, all recorded in Hansard, that the Ministry of Defence, the Hampshire and Wiltshire Police were not involved in any sense, had no interest, and were not using their resources to secure photographs of crop circles. Now, I know Nick has said, we'll talk about what Nick said in a moment, but here you've got, for the first time on Skype, for sure, only the second time in the public domain, photographs taken by the Ministry of Defence of crop circles. The top left was the first official Ministry of Defence investigation conducted by Colonel Edgecombe at the Army Air Corps Middle Wallop. That was a quintuplet set of the same kind that I saw at Chesfoot Head
Yes.
in 1983, although this one was 1985, discovered by Busty Taylor, who started his research with that design. This photograph was taken by the Army out of Middle Wallop. The central picture at the top of the frame of three circles in a straight line, taken by a Gazelle helicopter on a NATO exercise, and which I tracked down and was given a copy of this from the pilot, or through his officer,
Right.
of what he had taken. One interesting point to make here, whilst we're moving through them fairly quickly, is that the circle at the top, I just want to make sure I'm saying is right. Actually, yes, that was the approach of a helicopter. So I'm referring now to the British Army labelled photograph. And these are three circles in a straight line. The largest one is in the centre.
Yes, we've got that one.
Right. The circle top left was spiralled clockwise when this helicopter took the photograph. By the time I was able to get our team down there, which was just hours later, that circle was spiraled anti-clockwise. And we've, of course, photographic evidence of both states. So that's just an interesting point to make about that this official photograph. The right.
Do you think that there was any chance they had the negative or slide that they gave you back to front?
No, I don't, because the other two circles were in the correct directions.
I see. Okay.
And if they'd been in reverse negative, of course they would have all been opposite to what they actually were on the ground.
Yeah, sure.
It was only one.
Just an elementary sort of question I was thinking there.
No, it's a fair question.
Yeah.
The two circles top right, nothing to say about them. That's Ministry of Defence photograph.
Right. Okay.
And then the bottom two are those that the Hopi Indians made a particular point and interest in, that Mother Earth was crying, as far as their own feelings were associated with that particular design. As you can see, there are two designs, but the major design was photographed at a number of passes by the secret air establishment at Boscombe Down. These photographs, I actually went into the base and spent an afternoon with their photographic department looking at the official photographs, negatives, of which I had copies, which I was told not to show.
Right.
So these are being shown publicly on television for the first time.
Right, okay.
So 6.3 below this, again, is one of, but they're both taken from the A and AEE, as it was then, the secret air establishment at Boscombe Down. It's incumbent upon me to point out to you that the right-hand photograph of the circle with the ring is taken again at Chesfoot Head and shows objects on that print. The blow-up of those objects, the enlargement of those objects, was not on the official photograph from the MOD. That is my enlargement overlaid onto their photograph. I should make that clear.
Right, okay.
We don't know, I can't say any more than that. The 6.4, the next the next photograph, series of photographs.
Right.
These are official photographs taken by Hampshire Police from the Leon Solent Aerial Surveillance Unit, and that's why this is the first pictogram that appeared on the planet. It may or may not have been made by Doug Bowers and Dave Chorley. My personal view is that it was made by them, as they claimed, but there are others here that I do not believe. The top left, for example, I don't believe was made by Doug and Dave.
Right, okay.
Not much said about it. I'm really just showing these not for the
to say not made by Doug and Dave. Does that mean not man-made or just not made by Doug and Dave?
I believe the top left-hand side is not man-made.
Oh, okay. There we are. So that answers the question that somebody in channel has been asking. I was going to get round to it, but somebody says, "Show us a real circle, not made by man," says Jones. There you have it.
Some of those.
There you have it.
Yeah,
that's one that Colin believes is possibly the real thing.
And I will show a whole series of others very shortly.
Okay, brilliant.
6.5 is taken again by Hampshire Police. And as it happens, I've arrowed on their photograph the blue vehicle is mine, waiting for the aerial surveillance aircraft of the police to arrive at my request.
Right.
6-6, the next photograph.
Okay, I'm just going to show that one on the right so people can see what that was on that photo. And then we're on to 6-6. We'll be careful now. We're in the 666 territory, but yeah, okay.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're into real trouble now.
We've set this program up specially for dark energy at this point of the show, so yes. Okay.
Let's face it, we might all eventually be in big trouble. Well, 666 before we depress everybody.
Should have skipped that number, Colin. It's like floor 13 in a building. You shouldn't put that in, but yeah, okay.
These are official photographs taken and secured, and in the negative department, photographic department, Devizes Police Headquarters, Wiltshire. These are Wiltshire Police photographs taken at a number of sites in Wiltshire, around the Avebury, Beckhampton, Silbury Hill area. Incidentally, I would personally just like to say that Silbury Hill, in my view, is a very important site. And it's not just important for circles that are made by people. It's an important site related to the interactions that are occurring in that vicinity with unexplained phenomena. So there's a lot to be said actually about the Wiltshire Police photographs. And I'll try very quickly to cram in a couple of things here. The top left-hand side was taken by Wiltshire Police following a Southern Television news item, which I was present for, an interview with Roy Lucas, who is a farm hand working on the farm behind Silbury Hill on the Beckhampton site, who had witnessed early in the morning, a cloudy morning, a very strange spiraling column of mist. Now we have a number of photographs with this mist as being described from the very beginning, way back in the 70s and 80s, of a misty area. Sometimes it's been referred to a mist surrounding people even making them.
Yes.
And I think you've your experience with that, Matthew.
I was going to say yes, yes.
Well, this does happen. It has happened, and it's more associated with strange phenomena linkage than it is to a nuisance man-made crop circle for the sake of making a crop circle. I don't know whether you understand what I've said there, but what I'm really saying is this. In this particular case, Wiltshire Police have got photographs following the television item, following what happened. What happened was that the farmhand, Roy Lucas, saw what appeared to be like a bellowing, white, smoky-coloured mist that came up from the ground early in the morning out of this field. And this rose, it started to gyrate, and it had a hard, dense core to it. But although you could see through the spiraling column as a whole, the core in the center of the axis of spin, you couldn't actually see through it. It was very dense. It appeared to be, in scientific terms, according to Terence Meaden at that time, who is a vortex and meteorologist, certainly an expert in meteorology, is that we were looking at water molecules being condensed out of the air by a very dramatic drop in barometric pressure. Now, this may or may not also associate with the electrostatic field that is measured in some of these sites. And what then happened is that he witnessed this happen. This design appeared in the field. He didn't see the field, the circle appear. The phenomenon that he described jumped to field, and circles appeared there too. And so that is a site of interest. Below that is where the secret operation, and this is, I think, well, it'll be new to a lot of people. It's not completely new to be said, but I think some people know that during Operation Blackbird, which I coordinated with friends and colleagues at Westbury Bratton site in Wiltshire, where Operation Blackbird was set up with a bank of specialist cameras, hopefully to secure a crop circle forming. Well, that happened in the glare. It was never intended to be, but it transpired very quickly. We had the glare, we were in the spotlight of major international television following me being set up and Pat Delgado being set up by a hoax. And I think we probably should speak about that separately because there's a whole story that goes with all of that. But away from the site, a secret operation was going on with a unit of the army, military. Some of these people, I'm still in touch with one of them, but there was a group of individuals in uniform that were made available to us at Blackbird, who also took part in an operation which the public were not aware of around that very important site of Silbury Hill, and captured on their low light cameras, which they had on backpacks, was the ball of light which is shown on that frame. Of course, we've got video and enlargements of that as it happened. That's as much as I can say about that.
Yes.
But so an orb was filmed at the secret site that was running in parallel to Blackbird. So that's Wiltshire Police. And just to very quickly, I think under 6.7, do you have that there?
Yes, this is the Blackbird D-Notice photo, is it?
Yes, this has been very controversial, and others, Andrew Russell, who I accept as a friend, a very intelligent and thorough researcher who you've had on the program.
Yes.
Andrew has been digging behind the scenes, going through the Freedom of Information to secure more information about this. It's controversial. As far as I'm concerned, of course, I'm the guy that was on the site. And so I'll tell it to you as I know it to be. During one morning, when we could see that there had been an event in the field below the cameras, we could see through the enlargement that zooms on some of the cameras and through binoculars that there was an object of some sort in one of these circles. And the Wiltshire Sound
GWR?
radio... GWR, yes, that's correct. GWR mobilized their remote control vehicle, and the high mast was lifted to go via satellite live into the network, and they were going to be beaming this and selling this onto onto other networks. And on the air that morning came Dave Barrett, who's well known to listeners in Wiltshire, and indeed was a major celebrity on television in Great Britain. Well, I got to know Dave Barrett after this event because Dave was on air, literally on air, at the other end, the studio end of that dish that you can see there at Operation Blackbird, when the program was taken down by the Ministry of Defence under a D notice. The D notice was issued, the transmission was stopped, and Dave Barrett is the only witness I've been able to secure as evidence to that. On site, we were next to that vehicle. You can see my blue vehicle there, the one you saw in the Hampshire Police aerial surveillance photographs, is parked right at the back of that vehicle. I was involved in what was going on site, and I can tell you they were taken off air, and all transmissions from Blackbird ceased for a period of about 2.5 hours when there was an overfly of aircraft, military aircraft. Those are facts I've just given you. What I now am going to add is my view and my opinion of what was happening. They were filming at close quarters from their aircraft what was in that field before they feared something inexplicable was going to be beamed, which indeed was the whole reason we were there, to the world through Nippon and BBC television. But of course, beating the whole pack was a GWR, who were just up the road in Swindon. So that is what happened. The D notice, who Nick stated in his official statement, which we have been talking about, he, as he says in the yellow box on this graphic, these are Nick's words. These are his official words. I had to dispel that media coverage of the issue was stifled by the use of a D notice. Incorrect. And he goes on to say, which is not on this graphic, but is there for the public record. It's on the internet. It's on my website, and indeed it's in the book, Government Circles. Went on to say, but the D notice is no longer used. It is something that the British government do not now have at their disposal.
Not
Let
true.
me tell you that exactly right.
Yeah,
that is not
I
true
know that.
either.
Yes.
Exactly. It was applied to the Times newspaper in Afghanistan. It's been applied to several networks who were about to give very sensitive information from some of our illegal wars that are going on. And they too were issued with the new name for a D notice. They have it. They can use it. And I guess I'm not actually against it. You know, if there's something truly in the interest of national security, they are there ultimately to defend the British people. And I don't have personally a qualm with that. But I do have a qualm with lies.
Well, I think the problem being they did actually take it quite seriously back then. They didn't know what was making circles. They were as much in the dark as anyone else. And it wasn't the case that they were aware it was people, and they were prepared to put the Army and the Air Force into this to actually try and secure footage.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
I think the danger was that if they caught something really fucking phenomenal, excuse me language, if they caught something fucking phenomenal and it was live broadcast, this is going on right now, we've got this. They couldn't stop the broadcast would be out there in the open. There would be a lot of attention towards that, and I think they wanted to keep control of the situation.
Absolutely, and I do also recommend anybody who wants to be following this particular facet of the research to get a hold of the book. If it's from the library, I'm not here selling it. It's available because it's the work. This is a communication document. And so if you want to see it and study it, you will also see the documentation that I received personally from the Chief Scientific Advisor, Fisk and others in the British government at a number of departments and at very high levels who were discussing what they thought the crop circles were. And you're perfectly right, Matthew. They did not know these were being made by people. It wasn't even in the equation when this was raised. Yes. And so there was a whole different approach. And since they have become better informed, they've maneuvered their aerial assets, they've got satellite technology and other information, they can now see that the majority, and I'm still going to say that, the majority are made by people. But there's other stuff here too that I don't know whether we're going to get to tonight. But it's going to be we're going through this methodically, and I think this is great. But we got to get the official record set first, and it has now been acknowledged that what is in government circles is fact.
Yes. The thing about defence advisory notices, as they're now called, they're not called defence notice, D notice, they're called defence advisory notice. What they've done is they've changed the actual wording of the way that these things can be applied so that it is given that it is suggested that it would be in the benefits of national interest to not publish. But, of course, it is entirely up to the editor's decision whether or not he wishes to do that or not. But what it's basically saying is we're kind of leaning you and pointing you in the direction of don't publish this. And, of course, what you know behind the scenes is what will be happening is you publish it, you're going to get the sack. Fuck you. Yeah. That's what's going on behind the scenes, right? But that's the polite notice that's going out of the door. The impolite notice is what's actually going on behind the scenes, which is you fucking can that shit now. Yes. Yeah. Secondly, all you have to look at is the fact that the way that government offices have tried to change the language of military and the language of war over the years. It used to be the War Office. Yes, it was the Office of War. Now it's the Ministry of Defence. We're just defending. We're not creating war. We're just defending. You see, so it's not a defence advisory notice. It's not a defence notice, a D notice to shut the fuck up. It's now a defence advisory notice. We just possibly politely suggest you might not want to do that, please. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's all the language of bollocks. It's not people being killed. It's collateral damage. You know.
It's regrettably, the end of the cycle that we are in now, this transition of which I personally have to tell you, I've now spent a long time researching and writing this 2012 book with my wife for the Complete Idiot's Guide series. The 2012 book, I learned a lot. And there is no doubt in my mind that the astronomers of hundreds of years ago down there in Guatemala were scholars. These were scholars in astronomy and astrology. And they pegged this time that we're heading into a end of a cycle, not the end of the world, an end of a cycle where everything will de-escalate and decouple. It'll come to the bottom of the barrel, and that's where it's going. Is there anybody out there that could doubt, as you run through the infrastructure of the planet, of what has the planet to work with, that is those systems that we put people in to work with, that they're all coming apart? And, as in crop circles, as our discussion tonight, these are the mirrors. This is the mirror in front of us, is for the truth, is to move to a better place. And when it comes to government, as you have rightly said, you're talking about the Ministry of Defense and these other departments. Do you know, Matthew, this is a shame on us as society. We're heading out now at the end of the cycle. This is the end of the big one, the beginning of the next one. Hopefully we'll come through it. When our governments, not a single government on planet Earth, has a Department of Peace.
Yes.
Not a single government has a Department of Peace, where they have ministers in position, they have an organization in position that works to maneuver and manipulate and work for the betterment of humanity for peace. No, they have departments of defense and all the rest of it. It's the military-industrial complex that are still holding us together, that must be pulled apart. And the reason why I personally am against bailouts is that the systems that have failed deserve to fail. They must come to their knees and be reconstituted with new minds, new brains, with new love in our hearts, and a togetherness for the planet. That's where we are. None of this crap that we've been talking about tonight, all this denial, all this nonsense is from a time gone by. This is the time to sort it out and to get ourselves on the same platform.
There's a quick question. Oh, we've got a nice moth just come in. Just as you finish speaking, we've got this huge moth that's just come into the room. So Mothman has arrived.
Are you sure it hasn't got a fibre optic camera in the end of its sensors?
Well, if it tries to sting me, I'm going to slap it. So, yeah. Does Colin think that maybe aliens could be man-made? Could aliens be man-made? That's from Judge Eniel.
It's an interesting question. I'm going to say this. That is not my study, but it's not one that I'm unfamiliar with. I mean, UFO is something that comes in and out of my domain. I have many contacts, and I've had many meetings as a part of what's going on, transpiring. My answer to it would be that people that I talk to regularly, Stephen Greer, Steve Bassett, others that are involved at the front line of the UFO subject, do believe that some entities have been bioengineered through a collaboration with the United States government and an extraterrestrial species. I will say this, that I was approached following a presentation I made at the NASA Houston facility about probably 12 years ago. I was approached by a person there, who of course I would not name, who was a NASA employee and who told me some things, actually was so afraid to tell me some things, that this person invited themselves to drive me to the airport from Houston to tell me something that this person was afraid to say. And it related absolutely to this question, that in a mountain underground facility with barbed wire, very high security, I know the state, but I do not know the facility, and I don't think I want to know, to be honest with you, where entities, biological entities, extraterrestrial entities were located, and this person was part of a program that had witnessed it, was aware of normal human beings working U.S. government with an extraterrestrial program of some kind. So the answer would be, whether I believe it or not, this is information I've been given, and certainly very similar information to that Stephen Greer, for whatever, well, let me finish that sentence, that Stephen Greer and others working in this area have also been given. I would add that whenever I mention the name of Stephen Greer, who is a friend of mine, there's a division in the audience of those that love him or hate him. That applies to me too. I've got my, people that I think enjoy what I do and respect what I do, and others who hate me for what I do, and that applies to Stephen Greer. And so the reason I've said it is that my position here is that Stephen Greer, just for a few seconds, has committed a tremendous amount of time and effort, some of which was behind the scenes that is still not known. He was absolutely instrumental in putting the disclosure program on the road. I attended confidential meetings with him and government officials. I actually flew him with another government official to a meeting which was confidential with Nick Pope in the Ministry of Defence. It's trying to set up some collaboration with ministers and higher-ups. At the time, it was the Prime Minister of Great Britain, to try and get into dialogue with Bill Clinton, which did not.
Would that have been? What's his name? Can you say?
Isn't that strange? Yes, I can. If I could think of the name.
He's not the boring one, is he? Not. What's his name? Oh God, the boring, the one with glasses, and he was like just a talk, and he had a bit of a nasally sort of. It wasn't him, was it? John Major. John Major? No,
it wasn't. It was.
Wasn't Thatcher? Because he came after Thatcher.
Come forward. My God, we
Brown,
both know him.
Brown and Blair.
Tony Blair.
Yes.
Tony Blair.
Brown and Blair. Okay.
I'm sorry. I actually had a lot of time for Tony Blair in the early part of his time, and towards the end, I'm afraid he and the US, completely engulfed by the military-industrial
show their true colours, don't they?
They took the job over. That's
doing
where they
the same
still are.
job. Yep.
Same job. When it goes off course here a little bit, but I got to say that just to get it off my chest in a way. I mean, I suppose I am a little bit of a political beast in behind things. Not a beast, but a person who cares. I classify myself as a person who cares. I'm not a one or another label in politics. I like to go for people who I believe are with the working guy, that respects the working guy, that is fair and as harsh as is needed with those that are making a lot of money, that you don't allow them to walk away with what the working guy has earned with very little in return. That's where I come from. And so when I see a war, which the Iraq war, which was completely and absolutely fabricated, proven to have been so at every level, when that was being questioned, but it was a very close, tight timeline, because once you start moving this machine, you can't stop it. You start mobilizing aircraft and planning logistics, this works to a T. Stuff has got to be in the right place at the right time. And this was all moving. It was assumed it was going to go through because there's, Colin Powell was speaking at the UN. He was going to be giving them a load of crap. And the whole thing went forward. 2 agitators came into the scene that could have really caused this a big problem. One was Valerie Plame, undercover secret CIA operative. And her husband, ex-ambassador, Joe Wilson, her husband was scuttled in public, to scuttle her in public, to highlight and name her in public by the administration of the Bush administration, open and deliberately, because they knew that the nuclear threat was not real. They had gotten the information through Joe Wilson. She was a CIA operative, and they absolutely exposed her, endangered her life and all of her contacts, the Bush administration at the highest levels. Now that's got to be said. I know I'm on air saying this. There's nothing I'm saying that has not been proven. And in England, you had Thompson, I believe is the name. I'm sorry with the name, it's not come back clean. Who was working with the Minister of Defence, a nuclear expert, who had the same information and knew that there was not the threat, who told a BBC reporter, who next in moments in time we find has mysteriously committed suicide. Both of these guys, one was on the nuclear fact that could have scuttled the war, was in Great Britain under Tony Blair regime, in the United States, in the Washington regime. Same information could have scuttled it. Both together could have been a catastrophe for the activation of this illegal war. And both of them were removed from office. It's bad news. I'm sorry to go off on a political clout there. That's not what I'm here to talk about. But I am here to talk about truth. And this is what it's all about.
Yes, well, I think you mentioned, just bring it back onto Stephen Greer. I know that people are very critical. I mean, I've heard them being critical of Stephen Greer. And often people say, you know, which I wish they'd say with people like Glickman and bloody Levengood, which we should talk about, you know, people who faked their bloody titles. And I've had this argument with Karen Alexander recently. She said, "Oh no, Glickman, no, I don't believe it because I saw the letter which said that he was really a professor." And it's like the letter was from a student who was in one of his classes. I spoke to his boss, who said that he was basically giving a couple of lectures. And in order to give a couple of lectures, sometimes people will refer to you as professor because they assume, you know, oh, he's giving lectures, it's a university, he's a professor. Not necessarily true. To actually use the title professor and to be given the title professor, it means you have to, A, have a doctorate under your belt. He doesn't.
PhD.
He has to have a PhD. Glickman doesn't have that, right? That's number one. Secondly, he has to have what is known as tenure, which means he has been there for a fucking long time and will be there for a fucking long time to come. Yes? And then thirdly, when he has both of those things in place, and there's only a few special reasons why those rules don't apply, yeah, but if he's got those two things in place, then he can be given the title and allowed to use it. He can't,
associate professor.
Yes, and then he can be given associate and he can become a professor later on, a full professor. But he can't do that himself. He can't give that title to himself simply because he's given some lectures at the at the thing. And I can see he's going fucking apeshit now next to me. He's not happy about this. That I'm revealing the facts. He's shaking his head here. So I think, you know, he's really not happy. But I'm going to keep his mic off because we don't want to get into it now. So yeah, go on, get out the way, Mike. Right then, we've got. We've got Stephen Greer being attacked because he's supposedly, you know, a not credible person. But the thing is, he is a fucking doctor. Yes, he is a doctor, and he's not just a doctor of how wet sheep droppings are. You know, he's a doctor that works in an emergency room. Yeah. Yes.
But he has also been accused of not being a doctor.
Yes.
You know, I mean, he is a doctor. You know,
if you want to go and see the guy, go and find out which hospital he works for, and say, "Can I go to the casualty or emergency?" And you will find him there working in the emergency ward.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they're pulling a stunt on that one.
Oh, I've been.
You've been to his hospital.
I've been with Stephen Greer and the doctors that work with him in my company.
Yes.
I've had dinner with the doctors that work with Stephen Greer.
Yes. So people pick up on Stephen Greer. Now, the point being is that sometimes under pressure, I've seen him fold a little bit. When you get a camera on him and you start asking questions that are outside the box of what he's expecting, he gets a little bit flustered, and you can bet your bottom dollar that if he gets flustered, those are the clips that they'll use in the documentary that they want to make a laugh about. But the point is, he's not. I don't think he's a bad guy. He's just misinterpreted by a lot of people. So he's one of these people that he's out there doing the work. You know, at the end of the day, and you know. I think he's probably one of the good guys, even if he is perceived by people as being one of the silly ones, you know, because he talks about the aliens in a very literal sense, like, you know, they are there, they are coming, it's going to happen, this will happen, and he's talking about it so literally, people can't take it seriously, because it's like, hang on a minute, this is like a sci-fi movie. He said aliens are real. He said fucking aliens are real. He said they're coming. He said they're flying around in saucers. He must be fucking nuts. Look at this guy. Look at the face on this guy, you know, and that's what people just basically, if he toned it down and he said, well, perhaps there are aliens because we see UFOs. Everybody go, oh, he seems sensible, isn't he? Because he's not going right off the deep end with telling you there are aliens, and it is happening, and those things are out there. So you can have it both ways. You can have it both ways, but well, you can't.
He will give it to you as he sees it that it is. I think you do know. We spoke off camera earlier on that he is actually up on federal charges right now. He was just coming out 2 days ago. He and 2 members of his team, one of his security people, and his website administrator, and himself are up on federal charges, which I personally, it's probably not wise to comment in any great way, but I'm suspicious that this just might be their way at last, the government's way at last, of getting a little bit of an inroad to expose Stephen Greer in ways they want to expose him. What I find very suspicious was in the published articles that are just going out right now about these allegations, official allegations by the federal government, that they've given way more information about why he was there. Looking for UFOs, flashing lights in the sky, believing that extraterrestrials are visiting us, and the ambassador program to say hi to the first visitors on the planet. This kind of stuff smacks to me of a deliberate attempt to put this guy down. Now, I may be wrong, but SETI's board of executives have already pointed out that they have been charged with making a business venture in state land, which is the claim is that this is not true, because he is a non-profit, and I vouch for that too. He is a non-profit organization. He's not there making a profit at all. There is money involved. They do charge people to go to their programs, but that's not a business-making operation. So there's some problems with this case, and I just raise it because it is new, it's fresh information, and it's another attack, it seems, another attack on really one of our own. Whether you like the guy or you don't like him, whether you like Colin Andrews or not, I can tell you that I've agreed to come on your program tonight for no other reason than I'm willing to share my information. I'm not trying to sell anything to anybody. I'm not trying to convince them of anything. I'm just prepared to share my information with you on air. That's all.
Yes. Well, I think, everyone realizes we take this information and subject very seriously. So, sorry about that. Anyway, we were going to go on to something. You have no idea. You have no idea what I just did there, Colin.
Oh,
and,
really?
Yeah, you have no idea, but you can watch it in the reruns. And yes, I'm a very naughty boy. I can't help myself.
Well, I didn't see it, so I'm laughing, but I don't know what I'm laughing at.
And Michael, will you stop doing that stuff when I'm trying to talk to Colin on the show? We're very serious about the UFO subject here, and we don't need to lower the tone like that. Anyway, yes.
I got a couple of questions, Matthew.
Yes, go on then. Sorry, I'm very sorry about that. I apologise in advance. You're going to have a giggle when you see that. Either that, or you're going to go, for fuck's sake, why did I go on that show? Yes.
Am I going to be getting my attorney on the line to you?
No, you're okay.
Oh, okay. Ask Matthew these questions is what I've got here.
Oh dear.
This is from me. This is nobody else. Nobody else is involved in this.
Yes, okay.
If you believe, I'm sorry to be reading, it's just I remembered to say it as I wanted it. If you believe in the unexplained, the flashes of light you've seen, dark shadows, the add-ons when you make a circle and find something else is added on, the orbs of light, what do you think these are, and why are they there at a man-made creation?
Well, I've thought about this long and hard.
I'm sure you have.
Don't have any answers, but I have what I believe to be the possibilities, the various potential answers. Balls of light, why are they there? I've heard from many people that thought forms can project themselves out of the body. You can go on a journey when you're astral projecting,
Sure.
Or if you've got an intelligence, some people believe that external intelligences will manifest themselves as these balls of light. That's a possibility. I don't know it for fact. We've never had any active communication between ourselves and these balls of light to convince us that there's anything other than what we're seeing, which is a ball of light. So I can't really say.
Not that you know of.
Not that I know of, no.
No.
I think it's interesting that these things would manifest around the area where a crop circle appears, but then you've got to bear in mind that the people who made the crop circle quite often are drawn to that place because they feel that there's a circle needs to appear, and that's where they happen to stop. So they walk into the field, it's dark, and they feel like that's the place you need to stop. Quite often turns out that a circle appeared there last year, exactly the same place, or people going back to the same place. It's almost like as if the circle makers walking into the field are dowsing the spot. Now then,
absolutely,
if
that is what you're doing.
Yeah, if that's the case, that people are being drawn to a spot and then they stop, what's to say that if there isn't some sort of energy form out there, that it's drawn to the same place for the same reasons? Maybe that's why ley lines are there, because people communicate, things communicate along ley lines, and you just happen to be in the place where you're meant to be to spot that thing when it comes.
Yeah, I quite agree. I think that it is a sixth sense. It is dowsing. It's mental dowsing.
Yes.
People can translate through hands, but those like Yuri Geller, for example, are picking up on the sixth sense intuitive. You effectively are dowsing. I think I've gotten on some slides that we'll get to, I think, between us, an experience you had yourself, and it's one of, you're not unique. You are one of people that make a circle feel to go to a particular place, as you just said, and make a design that somebody has meditated on in the same place, not anywhere, the same place, the same night, and the same design. Now, that's three factors you have to bring into the mathematics here, and the chances of that happening are so way out that we should have been on this page years ago. This is one of the questions which you basically have answered, is that why would circle makers not accept that the sixth sense is the phenomena? That's what it's all about. You see, Doug and Dave said there, Matthew, sorry, just, and I'll let you get your word in.
No, go ahead.
Doug and Dave said, let me, maybe if I start with this, where have I got it? Into section 4. If you were good enough just to lift up the graphics on section 4.
Section 4, okay.
The second photograph, we can come back to the start maybe, but this is 4.2.
Right, I'm just coming backwards, 4.2. We have, yes, okay.
You've got that on screen now?
Now, yeah. There's an arrow pointing to a location on a map.
Yeah, well, I think this is very important, you see. This was missed by a lot of people at the time, me included, but I've picked up on it when John McNish, his book came out. John McNish, former BBC Television and Circle Television, he formed a new company, of which I was a director, incidentally, Crop Circle Apocalypse. Now, that's the book he wrote. He wrote this book to coincide his publication with a new BBC television documentary, which was going to show Doug and Dave were responsible for all the crop circles. Well, this was the final. This was as it was almost in the can. This is a conversation that was going on between Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley in the presence of John McNish. And I'll read it exactly as it happened. I can't explain. Now, this is Doug Bauer. I can't explain it. Dave can't explain it either. But when we're sitting in the field and looking at the whole thing, that feeling comes to us, the feeling of mystery, that feeling of why are we here at all? There was a long silence, and Doug sat staring at me. Then Dave picked up. Doug used to say to me sometimes, while we're out there and we just done one, meaning just made a crop circle, why do we do it? And we could never explain that certain thing. And Doug used to say, do you think there's something that makes us? And that did, and still does, really get to us. Were we being told, almost, to go out and do them? I know it sounds crazy. Well, it doesn't sound crazy to me, because this is exactly where I think all this is. You have had the intuitive, you've that urge. The word I hear is urge, to do a particular design, make a particular design in a particular place, in a particular time. I mean, we can follow this on. I don't really want to make a comment about that, but I'd like to show you a few more because I think this makes the point of where this mystery is.
I could lower the tone here, but yes, of course, Colin, I have urges. Are you talking about crop circles? Sorry.
Well, I am at the moment.
Okay, let's go with the crop circles. That's good. I think that's better. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Matthew, if you want to bring back your camera onto me for a second.
You're on.
I will show you.
You've got urges too, haven't you?
I have not consumed any alcohol before this program. Let me say that to the viewers.
Yes.
I did tell you that I was going to have a pub.
True statement. It's a true statement. Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
And that I was wanted to enjoy a night between Brits.
Yes.
Because I haven't been home for a year, and I want you to see that I am still doing what I can for the British pound.
Yes.
That is a Newcastle Ale, which I am now consuming. So just to let you know, yes, I get urges too.
You fucking consumer, you, Colin.
Consumerism is what it's about.
You're an American and you're consuming. It's okay. It's okay. Go back to sleep, America. You're safe. Yes.
Well, I don't know whether they are safe, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But do you have...
Right, back to the serious point. Urges, yes, because we're getting off.
Serious point here now.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I don't know whether Mr. Busty Taylor is watching our programme. He might be.
I hope so.
My friend Busty, he hasn't been too well recently, so
yes.
I hope he's watching. If you would wish to pull up slide 4.3...
Slide 4.3, okay. Yes, I hope Busty gets well. We'd love to have him on the show. His friend Maria Wheatley said she'd love to do the show, and she talks about dowsing. So I think we're going to come back to this in a big way fairly soon. Yeah. And
and Maria and Busty might also like to reflect upon what's just happened to Stephen Greer, just whilst we're passing this point, because they were doing no more than what Maria, Stephen, Busty, and I, and Simeon, and others do when you visit Avebury, which is a officially government-owned English heritage site like Silbury and all these other places, and you are engaged in an operation which is receiving cash money for whatever it is you're doing, whether you're showing dowsing or whatever. Be careful, because if we truly are entering a period of time where there's a select group that are becoming a nuisance to the direction in which the government wishes to take us, it's just possible that some things might happen which will be unpleasant. It already is happening here in the US. So I only say that it may work out that Stephen Greer's organization asked for what they got. But I don't know that. In fact, I'm told it is not the case.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay, we've got this 4-3-2 picture.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. Well, this is one of the early cases of where interaction or something appeared to be reading our minds. Now, this starts where it starts to sound crazy, but these are facts. On the 24th of August, 1986, Busty was flying his aircraft over Chesfoot Head. You see where the cross is on the slide there? Well, he was flying southwest over Chesfoot Head, the field which we were very, very conversant with, and he's banking away to the left, and he turned in his aircraft, and you can see him in his cockpit there below that cross, and he said to me, these are Busty's words, it would be interesting to have one made up, meaning a circle, of all of those we've seen so far. Well, what you see around Busty is what we had seen so far. 3 circles in a straight line. We'd seen single circles by themselves.
Yes.
We'd seen actually 2, a large and a smaller one, 5, just as you see them there, and a circle and a ring. The next slide, which is slide 4-3-2.
Yes, that's the
shows
actual...
Yes. Yeah, shows you exactly the same thing again, but in the centre now is what indeed appeared below the aircraft on his next flight the next day, was exactly what Busty had said to me. Everything all together, not anywhere. This is my point, Matthew. What's the chances, again, what I asked you that question just now, about what's the chances of all those things happening around you making crop circles? What's the chances of a statement made between 2 people investigating what could have been man-made circles, I'm not saying they weren't, and having the event recorded directly under the aircraft. It might have been at that time. We didn't get to see what was under the aircraft until the next day. And I didn't make that. Busty didn't make that. And if you know that anybody that made that, I would like to hear about it.
Yes.
Because that's what was in the field the next day.
And one has to ask, if again, circle makers had picked up on the thoughts of people prominent in the subject who were sort of saying, we would like to see that. We would like to see that, and something goes out and does it. And I would imagine that could well be the case from my experiences of having going out and done things that other people were predicting were going to happen. And of course, all the other things that have happened with making circles as well. I think that humans are involved. Maybe there is some other intelligence involved kind of orchestrating it, kind of pulling the strings a little bit between people. Or maybe it's a thing that's actually from mind to mind of humans. We can't discount that it's maybe all a human thing going on here. Telepathy, clairvoyance, this sort of stuff. But I think that your prayers may have been answered. And I've always said, be careful what you ask for, because sometimes you might get it.
Well, that's a great cue into the next slide.
Good.
Because
okay.
That 4-4, it shows you a circle with 2 rings around at Long Stock, near Stockbridge, Hampshire, in 1988. Busty, Terence Meaden, Pat and I had, in fact, it's my dad that's in the circle there. We had been down there and done all the things we used to do then.
Right.
Measure alignments to magnetic north and so on, all those things, plant analysis and stuff. And we went home. That was it. Well, I was in a troubled marriage at that time. And on the next slide, 4-5, you will see where I lived in Andover, Salisbury Road in Andover. And I lay on the bed that night, and there's a narrow line for this with me. I use the term pray. But I think if we had time and we discussed my beliefs in or not in religion as such, I think meditation would be probably a more accurate word. But I did in my head use the term God, so that's why I say pray. Whatever this higher force is, whether it's extraterrestrial, whether we are in command of a collective mind, which is the conscious mind, which is what we can call God or can call anything else. But anyway, I laid in bed. I am the only witness to this, so I could be giving you the biggest load of crap out, and it's not in my interest to do so. This is why I'm saying it, because it meant a lot to me, and I've seen it repeated with other people since. So the believability, when I first said this, was people giving me strange looks, and now it's years later, other people have had the same experiences. So I visualized. This is the visualization techniques which many people do in meditation. And indeed, I think you can speak to this. In fact, I've got a slide which I would ask you to speak to in a moment, where I ask for a Celtic cross. You know all about this one. The Celtic cross, I visualized it, and I asked 2 things. Very clearly remember it. Please, God, I said in my head, create this design as close to my home as possible. Those 2 things. As close to my home as possible, this design. The next day, Jeff Smith, who is my witness, Busty Taylor now, and all the others that since learned about it, phoned me from Charity Farm. There it is. You see it on your map,
right
on there right now. And he's phoned me and he's told me, he said, the circle with the 2 rings, Colin, which you've just seen on that previous slide, we've got another one. He said, next to it, I said, describe it, Jeff. He said, well, he said, I'm on the top of the harvester. We're cutting the field. He said, you've only got 2 hours to look at this. We're cutting the field. There's got rain coming tonight. So you'll have to get out here and onto this. I said, what does it look like, Jeff? He said, well, it looks like a big ring that goes through 4 little circles around another big one. And I'm thinking, my God, that doesn't sound like what I asked. I didn't say this to him, but I thought, my God, that doesn't sound like what I meditated on last night. Well, that was it. I immediately got on the phone to Busty. Busty gets his aircraft out of Thruxton. I met him there. We jump in. Pat comes across from Alsford. We're in the air. And in about an hour and a half, the photographs on the next slide is what I took. 4-6.
Right, okay.
Now, looking down
Bring
on
that
that field, you can now see an older version of the circle with 2 rings. This is now it's being harvested. It is being harvested. You can see the lines across at the diagonal where Jeff is found this because he's harvesting. And he's
Right.
looking across, seeing the circle with 2 rings. He's now seeing the very formation which I meditated for. And here's the thing that we didn't realize at the time, actually several days later, the field boundary that you can see there, Matthew, of the cereal crop with the green grass and the trees, that's the closest boundary to my home in Andover that had cereal crops in it. So both
Right.
things, the formation and as close to my home as possible. Now, if Doug and Dave made that, I'll concede to it, but I'm not going to concede easily because there's something else I want to talk about. If they did, the question is, how did they get that information? How did they get out there and why did they do the same, as you have done, a particular design in a particular place on, you could say, my command.
Yes, indeed.
You could say that.
Yeah.
On my command. Well, look at
or
the bottom
request.
left-hand side.
Or request, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. That would, yeah, that's okay. I used to be a boss, you see, so I'm using boss's terminology. At my command.
Yeah, but yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
No. I think we have to be a little bit. We have to have a bit of humility when we're dealing with the paranormal, really, because I think the paranormal kicks you in the arse if you're not humble.
Yeah, you're very right there, sir. Very right. Indeed, if we didn't, like we said, I think off air, if you don't have humour left between us, then we have nothing.
Yes.
We have nothing. We got all kinds of serious stuff going on. Anyway, just very quickly to finish that, just before I lose the thread, if I may.
Sure.
On that photograph you're looking at, bottom left-hand side, is the detail discovered inside the lay of the plants in the ring. Now, I'm not talking about all the rest of them, just the ring around that Celtic cross. Now, this is something important because when Doug and Dave claimed to have made crop circles for the Today National newspaper, which put all this thing into a quandary for several years, true or not, and I do believe they did make a lot of crop circles, they claimed all of them at that time. And they said to me personally, with Pat Delgado and the Today National newspaper, 12 hours before the public got to see this in the newspapers, they said Doug and Dave were in Pat Delgado's house, and Doug said, Mr. Andrews, you know the cover of your book, Circular Evidence, which incidentally is the very photograph you've now got on the screen.
Yes.
I said, yes. He said, we made them. I said, you did?
Interesting.
He said, yeah. I said, interesting because of the next thing. One is, not only did I remember the process that seemed to have taken place, I also remembered the extraordinary details in that outer ring. And I said to Pat, do you have a piece of paper, actually to his daughter, Jan, do you have a piece of paper? And I sketched it out, and I said to Doug Bowers, and if he's listening, you'll know this, or watching, how did you make that, Doug? That lay of the plants where they're diametrically, they're running an angle at right angles to the flow of the plants, direction of the plants in those other two quadrants. And in the quadrant opposite, that flows from left to right that you're looking in that sketch, in the opposite direction, on the opposite quadrant, they're flowing again towards the northeast. And he looked at that. Everything went terribly quiet. And Doug looked at him. And then he looked back at me again. He said, well, actually, we didn't make that one. That was not reported. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Yep.
It's okay. That I've just had a change in ambience come over my headset.
I can hear something in your room has just changed.
Yeah, so the ambience just changed. I just heard that myself. Well, anyway, long story short, this is important because not only the process by which it arrived, Doug and Dave claimed it as being man-made themselves, being made by themselves, and was the first retraction of any part of the Doug and Dave story, is the very design you're looking at in that picture. But the next one, Matthew, and I hope I'm not doing too much gabbling, I'm just trying to get factual information out,
Yes.
is 4-7. You know this guy that's coming up next.
Yes, this is Graham Pritchard.
Graham Pritchard. Now, I like Graham. Let me just say that straight away. Graham has been one of the other people who has made crop circles, who has been not only understanding of my position has been very helpful to me, as you have too. And Graham told me something which, again, fits into those unusual experiences that you and many others have had, and I have had too. Graham's situation is, as you know, he's a Tai Chi instructor, and he had agreed with his brother, I believe it was his brother,
Yes.
to manufacture a Flower of Life design, the one that is shown in this slide bottom left. July 27, 2003 is they decided to do this.
Right.
And his younger brother became ill. Not seriously so, but didn't feel up to going out and helping Graham make this design with, I believe, others. Well, it was not made. They decided to call it off. Graham checked the Crop Circle Connector website. As you know, it's probably the best. It certainly is the best. It's the most up-to-date on the subject. And so he checked their website for what was around, just as a matter of curiosity, to find the very design that he had on a piece of paper to make that night in a field they decided would be Barbary Castle, very famous site of the 1991 design, that they did not make, had been made in that field that night. So that comes from Graham. It's as good or bad as and the honesty and integrity of Graham. He tells me that. I believe him. I do believe the guy. If you look at 4.8 is what was in the field that night. That's after harvesting. What you're seeing there is the design that they drew out to make in the field, very, very large. Now, I don't know who made that. I'd like to know who made it, because I think there might be another part of this story. This is what I mean, and what I've said to you in our private discussions, is this is where I think all of us can be very helpful to one another. Forget the law side of this. I mean, it's easy for me to say, because I'm not going to be the one dragged into court for, making patterns illegally in people's fields.
Yes.
But if it can be agreed that we are now beyond a point where, spending time and money prosecuting people for doing what they believed was playing a part in something that was out there, precipitated by something that came before. If we can learn by one another, I think we're going to consolidate the sixth sense intuitive side of this, that's going to teach us something about where we're going in the new cycle that's now beginning. Because we are going to learn something from the last 30 years, because this has been an intensive, heartfelt, core-felt experience for a lot of people, and that never counts for nothing. It never counts for nothing. So could I just very quickly move on to your one, Matthew?
Yes, by all means. I was going to say, Andy Buckley, take notice. I want to get you arrested, Mr. Buckley.
Yeah.
Where's that going to lead you? Yes, all these people that say, let's get the Circle Makers arrested, really, you're trying to arrest the people who give you this phenomena, give you this subject, yes? They may not be responsible for the phenomena, because that's something that is outside all of us, but don't go getting those people arrested, yeah? Because it really backfires. And one day, if you ever realise that this subject is man-made and you were wrong, you're going to feel like a bit of a twit, really, for being part of getting people arrested that are actually helping be part of some of this. And I think people need to grow up a little bit, really, and realise where this stuff is coming from and actually be honest about it, so that people aren't wanting to sort of take sides in a negative way and say, we're the good guys, you're the bad guys, we good, we get bad guys arrested. It's not about that. It's about learning that there are no good guys and there are no bad guys, and actually we're all in this together. And you need, I think people like Buckley and they should be telling the way it is, really, so that there's none of this arrest bollocks going around anymore. That's old school. It's childish. I mean, it's what are people going to get? £100 fine? I've proved that. Yeah, it's £100 fine.
Yeah.
What's the point? And
how much is it going to cost to bring anybody to prosecution?
And at the end of the day, all you're doing is highlighting its people even more. So you don't want people making crop circles, so get them all arrested, and then the crop circles will still keep appearing. I don't
Yeah.
think so. I don't think
Well,
so.
And I don't disagree with what you've just said. I do think that it needs to be said, though, that farmers is where the responsibility for any legal proceedings has always rested. If these guys are prepared to carry on, it's minor to them, and have been in recent years prepared to kind of come middle ground by charging some offset, money from the public and researchers to offset their limited damage, so be it. And I think it's probably the best thing that ever happened. Looking backwards at this point involves too much. It involves too many people. We've all played a hand. I have had a best-selling book out of crop circles. I've probably made more money in the way of earning more money than anybody out there on the subject. I'm not out there plugging it. I did make an international best-selling book that allowed me to retire from my whole-time job, which was a well-paid job. I had 200 people under me at one point in local government, and I moved on. I made the decision to look at this. We sold. I'm just really consolidating your comments that. Circular Evidence, for example, is one of the books that I've written. The first one sold over 250,000 books in Germany alone. Now, that's a lot of money. They earned us a lot of money. But nothing in that book was ever sold under false pretense. It was presented as it was. Books that I've written since have been too, and I'm on another one which will put, I think now, what I believe this is, and it is in human consciousness. I would say this, Matthew, that I think that you might disagree with it. I think you've already agreed with part of it. I believe, I can't think everybody, I believe there are selective individuals, and I don't know how that works. It may be that they've just simply those people that have stepped forward and committed themselves. But there is a selective group that are making crop circles, and people that are researching them. They're also group split that are part of a much, much bigger story. And it's a story that falls outside of the bounds of crop circles. This embraces other paranormal activity. It involves all kinds of things, from orbs to photography to many, many kinds of unusual phenomena. And this is now the time that this will start to hype up. It'll start to ratchet up, because we're entering a new period in humanity. We're restructuring through natural means, and by me saying natural means, I mean that the solar system, climate change, global warming, the universe is all in a state of change, of flux. And again, we were the Mayan. We're exactly right on. We have no part to play in a major part of this, but we are electromagnetic beings, signaled and operated, alive and moving and thinking and functioning on 12.5 thousandths of 1 ampere of current from a very small voltage. We are electrochemical devices that are controlled in some fashion, influenced would be a better word, by the electromagnetic field, the magnetic field of this planet. And so it is not out beyond the realms of possibility that we are being used, some might say abused, that we are being tagged a ride on one part of the Milky Way galaxy to another, taking 30 million years to move around one cycle, that something else has decided to come on the same train, that we are on a journey together, and that the store, the warehouse of genetic material of which we are, is available for a higher level species to utilize during this journey, because it too is going somewhere else. Everything is temporary. Everything is temporary. We are temporary. The solar system is temporary. The crop circles are temporary. This year is different. Everything is temporary. We're all on a journey, and now is the time for us to come together, have the dialogue, drop the axes, move forward with the information, and more importantly, the time. This is where I think it all is.
Well, I'm noticing a change. I'm noticing that they're kicking and screaming and fighting and over it, but really a lot of the crop circle researchers are sort of saying, well, yeah, circles, they are kind of man-made, there's more of them out there. I mean, we've had like Lucy Pringle making a statement saying people make the circles and they're the best artists on the planet. Yeah. We've got Steve and Karen, who I've been arguing with all week on Facebook over various little pathetic things, but they've actually said, oh yeah, we know it's man-made, we know that people are making circles, but we don't make a big feature out of it in our conferences. We don't stop it being talked about. It is talked about, it's talked about, honestly, really, it's talked about. What they don't say is it's talked about in mocking terms usually, but it is talked about. Yes, they're not telling lies there. It is talked about, and people like Glickman highlighting the fact that it's all bollocks. It's talked about and then dismissed. But they're fighting. You see, they're trying to sort of go, oh come on, Matt. Just don't do it to us. Don't drop us in it. We got this thing going here. Don't fucking do it to us. And my point is, you're doing it to yourself. It's not me doing it to you. You're doing it to yourself. Yeah. Nobody from the Circle Maker community, apart from maybe Doug and Dave, I think, really wanted to make people do what they've done with the subject. People did that themselves. It's you could say, well, okay, maybe, because there is a slight problem with that statement. Is that I think they did initially say they wanted to replicate saucer nests from Tully in Queensland, and he wanted to give people the idea that it might be something out there, something bigger, to give people to give that boost, to give people a boost and make them think, But then what you find is by opening people up and starting that ball rolling, you find you've lost control of it, and in strange ways, like Doug had found, he feels like maybe he was drawn to do things. I know the Circle Makers have come on later; they've had strange experiences. We all think we've been drawn to do it in some way. And really what you find is that you kind of open the door as a circle maker or a researcher. We're all having experiences. People who research this thing and go into the fields and think it's aliens, they're having experiences. The people who make them are having experiences. Now, the people who research it, they are the ones who have to really be the arbiters of knowledge, because the public who go in haven't got the time to spend doing this research. They haven't got the time. And what these researchers seem to have thought it's a good idea to do is just keep people spinning on the fun. Just keep them on the fun side, because that's good for business, and they don't like me saying it's good for business. But at the end of the day, it's a business. It's a business. They're trying to sell you a product. They're trying to sell the idea that crop circles may be weird. They're not going to, if you ask them a direct question, are they made by people? They might go, yeah, well, people make them. But if you don't ask that direct question, they don't offer it. Yes? They don't offer you the answers. So this is the problem, is we really need, now the ball is rolling, these people are starting to squirm. You can see the squirm, Steve is talking in terms of like, oh, I've won this argument because, Matt, unless you name all the circles you've done, Matt, you name them all the ones you've done, and give us proof, then it's bollocks. Well, hey, nobody's done more than me to fucking name. I've named the circles I've done. You want to get me into court again? There you go. I've named them. Okay, I've named them. You want me to stand up and say, yeah, I'll stand by that. If you want to push it, I'll stand by it. You can take me back to court again. Little naughty old Matt. Let's kick Matt. Yeah, take me back. Let's do it. Fucking do it. Yes, do it. Yeah. But you will not prove anything to yourself other than that you are spiteful. Yeah, by doing that. Yeah, what I'm saying is, don't be spiteful to your public. Yes, don't be spiteful to the people who are asking questions by thinking that you're doing them a favour that's better for them by not telling them the truth.
That's where it goes wrong. Where it goes wrong. That's where it's irresponsible. Yeah. Irresponsible not to communicate all sides of the story. Exactly. And I'll tell you one big responsibility here, Matthew, that in part I think is also with the people making some of them, as well as those people who are conducting public seminars and conferences. Here's a responsibility. Now, I've had first-hand experience and knowledge of what I'm about to say. I've dialogued with and got to know some of the native peoples. I've been to Australia and spoken to Aborigines. In fact, just yesterday with Clacael, who's an elder from the Guatemala-Mexican region who holds ancient knowledge. I spent a great deal of time with the chief of the Hopi elders, Thomas Benyaka, and others, the two Hopi Indians that held the knowledge of the Hopi prophecy. I spent a great deal of time with. One, I went to the meeting at the United Nations, which you and I spoke about last night. Maybe we'll get time to get to that as well, Now, here's this. Now, I could name many others. These people have a responsibility to their traditions. These are people that have been very much in contact with the planet, very much grounded, very much away from all the modern stuff until relatively recent times, and have a culture and an understanding of life that they carry forward through the grandfathers and the children down through the ages, hundreds and in some cases thousands of years. In the case of the Hopi Indians, the Hopi prophecy was to present information at the House of Micah. On the fourth try, they had to do this, or they believed it would be the end of humanity. This was according to the prophecy, which was effectively one of the elders, Thomas Benyaka, to address the United Nations on the subject of signs of change. Now, signs of change for these people include everything they see: political change, climate change, signs appearing in the clouds, and signs appearing on the ground in crop circles. I personally gave these people circles and aerial photographs, some of which were Steve's, and others. Some of mine, some were Lucy's. We've all got a hand to play in this, but the responsibility is this, that if it is conveyed through the public and at these seminars, only one-sided, as a real thing, who goes away with that as being in a more meaningful, because on trust of another person in another country, is that these are real and these have implications, spiritual implications, and considered by experts to be real, and there's no talk about the man-made. These people make decisions for their clan and for their future, for their knowledge base and for the future as they see it upon these markings. And that's a huge responsibility. And that's just one reason why both points of view must be, if you are a responsible person involved in this subject, should be presented. It is not going to wear with me to hear a statement like, we don't talk circle hoaxes because the people must be allowed to have the experience. That is a set-up statement. That is a deception. It is not acceptable. It's a sidestep of reality. It doesn't wear with me at all, and I don't think it wears with many people out there. I think it's disgraceful.
It seems to me a very old school way of thinking as well, because that's what it was about when people didn't know. So therefore, all these people are doing is clinging on to the past, and it's the easiest thing in the world to sort of say, well, everyone else out there says that there's microwaves in the crop, so I'll say there's microwaves in the crop. And I don't research it, I just say it because that's what they say. And if I say it, then they say it, and we all say it, and we're all happy. Now, I think you need to move beyond that. I think that this is the point with CirclemakersTV, is to look at the other side, because it's not being put across any other place. Now, I'm being accused of being attacking, with the way I do this program. I'm trying to show that we've got a sense of humour, that we might be there might be a bit of sandpaper on it, but there's a sense of humour there as well. But at the end of the day, the message is clear. The time that you thought circles were genuine was fine for you to say that they were genuine. Now you're saying they're man-made, but you're still kind of trying to get away with telling people it's genuine. That's got to be inside you. You've got to be at war with yourself. You have to be at war with your own spirit over what you're doing there. Now that's just the obviousness of it. I think that Colin, when he made that decision that he'd kind of come to the point where he realised the road had to change. He was honest about it, and he said, "Let's do it." Since then, Colin has been called all the bastards under the sun. You know, he's been accused of being a government agent because why would he say that the wonderful crop circle's made by aliens? And the people who are actually accusing him of that are the very same people who really do actually know that they're made by people too, but just don't want to give it up at that point because they're still carrying on with their thing they're doing, you know? Now that's a bit sad. That's a bit off, but again, we're spinning. That's a dark spin, okay? But Colin was the honest guy here. He's been accused of being the dishonest guy, but he's actually the honest guy. And the reason we know he's the honest guy is because half of you are actually saying that you know that people are making them because I'm chatting with you about it. And I'm hearing it. It's coming from different angles. And what people have said to me is they're scared. They're scared that the rug is going to get pulled out from underneath them. Hey, come on. How long have I been trying to talk to you people about this and been banned from your conferences and told, no, you don't want you speaking to the public? How long have I been knocking on your doors? How many years have you had to kind of turn this round and start manoeuvring it into the area called the truth? Yeah. How long have you had? Now it's getting nasty because it's a no-win situation for you. It's all or nothing, isn't it? You know, it's like we will destroy Matt Williams and prove he's wrong. You know, because we own the crop circle subject and we own it. And I'm getting this sort of attitude from people. It's like, well, it's our fucking subject. You should be thankful to us. You know, the people that take your photos. You should be thankful to us. Oh God. I mean, you know, circle makers make the circles. You go out and enjoy them and photograph them. You need circle makers. But I'm not kidding here, Colin. The way I'm hearing it, the rhetoric I'm hearing, it's almost like as if we, the circle makers, should be thankful for the researchers. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, we need each other. I can't stand there and say that I can go out and photograph and do what other people do, you know?
Right.
We all need each other. But the point is, the public need the truth. We might need each other. Circle makers need researchers. Researchers need circle makers. Researchers need the public. But the public want the truth. Don't double guess what you think your public need.
No, I agree with that. I do think that obviously we have, like you've just said, a shared responsibility. And I don't know how would you feel about this, Matthew, that obviously you're one of, a number of people, many actually people involved in making circles, and looking at the gambit of inputs and where we all need to make adjustments to come and slowly find ourselves, hopefully, away from the nastiness onto a shared playing field. So in my opinion, I think somewhere down this road, somebody representing the circle making community, to put it that way, I think needs to say that, the way this has been is that we have gone into fields without permission. So I'll just put that for now, please correct me on terminology if you don't think this is appropriate, but a person entering a field illegally is trespassing. So the person is in the field, now going to make a design and doesn't declare it, constitutes a minor crime, and has deceived the farmer because it's there without permission. So it starts if there's a good and a bad energy, it starts on bad energy. So that is out there. I will say just for name's sake, I react to it and start researching it. Now, down the road there, I then take that as, in my belief, as being a real crop circle and inform the public through a book or a television program that is so, through a conference, to do one down at Glastonbury ever again. Not to sound sour on that, because I'm not sour on it. I mean, they have a perfect right to choose whoever they want to. But obviously, for me, it would now be talking about a different balance. And so I communicate in one fashion or another. Now here, I think there does need to be a point where the circle making community says that there is a there is a responsibility and an acknowledgement that deception has been involved. I mean, I think you've said, well, look, we are not responsible for the deception. It's what the people like you, like not me personally, but perhaps, but people that are holding out, certainly, that are seeing it only one way, and they choose to do so because it's convenient for income and for the propagation of a myth. But the responsibility is not only theirs to make sure that both sides are heard, but also from the circle-making community to say that whatever terms we might use, we hold a responsibility too, because if they're not declared, we don't know who makes what. In a way, it's people's right to kind of investigate it. And there are investigators, and there are investigators, of course. Those that are really looking for it and those that just want to look the other way. But I do think that for us to finish up together, both sides of this, on the moral high ground, we've got to remove that is immoral. And so to find us in the right place together, we need to say that when something is made from now on, first of all, the farmer will know about it. He will have permission. And we will declare it, which has been made by who? That takes the law out of the equation, all the nonsense about Glickman trying to get somebody else in court to score a point, all that bad energy and bitterness, like an old man, spoiled old man, all that kind of stuff. It takes it out of the equation and it puts it, I think, where it ought to be. Now, I understand why the circle-making community, and you're obviously part of this, would not choose to do so, although you have been very straightforward again tonight and stating which ones you made. That's not always been the case from the circle-making community as a whole. So the slate is not clean. And I think all the time it is seen in that way, we're not really going to be quite able to get to the final line. But I find less trouble in that, even though I do have trouble with it, less trouble in that than those people who have been on the ground, that have investigated them, so-called, who have the aerial photographs, the information is available that I've had, is of information available to them, and choose to put it out as a myth. That is so wrong. It's going to... This subject, basically, if you're looking at it scientifically, was hijacked by a number of individuals who have been part of this clan group. This was hijacked and misdirected, as far as serious research is concerned, in the early to mid-90s. It's never really been right since, and if there's any real blame to be laced on here, it is right there. It was deliberately misdirected for financial gain. And I would stand in a court of law and have individuals swear to that this is highly likely why we are finished up in this arena of bitterness right now, because now there's a lot to lose. These people, and I'm not going to go through names, I've got a list right here of names, some of which you have named, who have put themselves into a corner. It's because we're talking about morality and dishonesty, deception. These are not nice words. They cost people a lot in society. They're not good words. They're negative words, and they're often spoken by people who claim to be the exact opposite. The exact opposite.
Well, I'm no angel, I admit that. I'm a little shit stirrer. Agent S has been saying it in the channel. She goes, yeah, he likes to stir a bit. Oh, sorry, am I stirring now? Sorry. No, that's stirring, isn't it? No. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm no angel, but at least I admit it. These people, they try to play whiter than thou. Like, no, crop circles make better. No. And we only do good. Like Glickman and his stabbing the birthday cake, which I see as, I'm sorry. I'm tempted to put it on, actually. How long do you want to carry on for? Because I know we can get you back on again.
I'm geared up to give information. Right. And I'm just hoping that we'll get to it. I'm here for a while, as long as you want.
All right. I tell you what, right, because this has been an ongoing, raging battle. Now, I'm being pushed into a corner here where I'm being told, no, this wasn't like this. This wasn't like this. It wasn't meant like this at all. I'm going to show you this video footage. Now, unfortunately, I have put my own interpretations of what's going on top of it, but try if you can to ignore what I'm letting you see in the way of my comments, okay? Colin,
I won't be seeing this, Matthew,
Colin won't be seeing it, but I'm saying to people in channel now that are still there, okay? And Natalie, I will ask you a question to Colin. Before I forget it, Natalie's question, which she's been asking all night, was, do you think that crop circles have kind of been set up as a mind control program after the Second World War? Do you think there's anything kind of like that going on? So if you bear that in mind...
Great question.
If you want to answer it quickly, and I'll show this bit of video footage.
Quickly.
Yeah.
I doubt it's got anything to do with the Second World War, but as far as mind control experimentation with transmission and the receipt and actions of human beings as a result of a focused experiment, that's perfectly possible. Perfectly possible. It's remote viewing in reverse. It works, and the intelligence community know it, and they work with it. People's actions are influenced by certain transmissions. You can call that mind control. There are people that absolutely agree with you that is what's happening. I think when you get an urge to do something which has come from somebody else's mind, which we've still to get to with something that Matthew has experienced and other people, and you react to that by doing it, it's kind of a command. It's an instruction, a transmission. That is coming from a person that, as it happens, we've been able to identify, and Matthew will name that person, I think, and I can certainly do the same. But when you have cases where you have groups of individuals that are doing things like they are in the Middle East at the moment and in North Africa, it's very easy to take the route that this is a government conspiratorial mind control operation. Can I just break for a second and close the light out of my these curtains?
Yes,
Matthew,
by all means. If you need to have a break, I tell you what. I mean, I meant to say that to you. Just say, because I'm going to put this video on for a second, and we'll come back to Colin. I'm just going to put this video on. Just ignore what I'm saying as comments, but see if you agree, okay? I'm not looking for you to agree with me and say, yes, Matt, you're right. If you think I'm wrong, say you think I'm wrong. If you think I'm being over the top with my comments and the way I see this video, tell me. But I'm going to play it, and you can let me know afterwards. Colin can't see this at the moment, but it is available on the website if you want to have a look. It's on CirclemakersTV.org. It's under the Scandal page, and I think this is an interesting video, so I'll just play it, and you can see what you think.
Karen Douglas, along with Andy Thomas and Glastonbury resident Sheila Martin, are the primary force behind the symposium.
Well, I'll tell you what would be helpful if you could have...
But it's a huge part of my year, and it actually takes 12 months to put it all together, you know, and I'm at it every day, you know, with emails organising this, that or the other. But it's a tremendous experience, and for a lot of people, and for me, you know, it's kind of the highlight of their cropper year, if you like.
Welcome to the 11th Glastonbury Symposium.
As the conference kicks into high gear, it is clear that the season has been a disappointment. It's also clear that the hoaxes continue to touch a nerve.
We're celebrating a very important 10th anniversary, the 10th birthday party of the Doug and Dave event. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. No, there are words to it. Happy birthday, dear Doug and Dave. Sleazy scoundrels whose lies spawn 10 years of falsehood. Happy birthday to you. And now, finally, lay this bullshit to rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Douglas.
I'm going to do a talk tonight, and why we all think that there is a spiritual aspect to the crop circle phenomenon. Now, it sounds like a stupid question, doesn't it? It sounds like, well, of course there is. Everybody knows there is. We've all experienced it. We've all been there. We've all experienced the synchronicities. We've all seen things or experienced things or felt things. I discovered that there is actually a process involved, a very clever, very subtle process, and that there is a core experience for a lot of people. And the process is very, very important, because the people who turn sceptical, the people that stand before you and say, these things are all man-made, it's easy, they are robbing you of your process. That's what happens. They rob you of your experience. They rob you of the opportunity to go on a journey with this and to go somewhere really wonderful. Because the people who turn sceptical, the people that stand before you and say, these things are all man-made, it's easy, they are robbing you of your process. People that stand before you and say, these things are all man-made, it's easy, they are robbing you of your process. 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 They are robbing you of your process.
We're going a bit too far with the old robbing you of your process comments there. But what I'm trying to get across here is that there's some things shown in that video which, to me, considering one of the people that is being mentioned as a scoundrel and what have you, is actually dead, pulling out a birthday cake for somebody who is dead and stabbing a crucifix in it, to me, that means something, okay? And I just wanted to know what people in the chat channel think that means. Is that good? Is that bad? How do you think that relates? I'd like to see your comments, and I'll read them out. Also, if I think Colin is back now, by the way.
I am, yes. I'm still eating a cracker, but I am back.
Okay, we've got you. I'll just put you on split screen. Right. The chat channel. So here we are. GBZ says sick. Gonad says, did Dave die around the time of this? No, he was dead before it. So they, but pulling out a birthday cake, I don't know. Yeah, Aged S says, nice one, Andrew. Don't know who that is. Well, I know who Aged S is, but I don't know who she's referring. 2012 says, here. Wraithwoman says, effing disgusting and disrespectful. KN22 says, actually quite disturbing. Ethyl Neonosis says, sick and evil. Phase 77 says, disgusting, Matt. Prototype says, year of the video. It was the 11th conference of Glastonbury conference. I couldn't tell you exactly when it was, but I think that CircleSpeak was created a year later. So if somebody wants to Google CircleSpeak, it's available on Amazon. Have a look or look on IMDb for CircleSpeak and find out what year it was, and we can answer that question for you then. But yeah, so let's have a look. What else he says? I'm against that video. It needs to be aired on TV so that folks can see how crazy they are, says Alternative Knowledge TV. So there we are. Seems like somebody who's actually doing a TV channel there called Alternative Knowledge. The White Room says, Doug and Dave were very important to the development of formations. Glickman needs to show more respect. Keith says, demonic. UFO, etc. says, I think most people thought it was sick, but laughed because they didn't know how to react. That's a possibility. People seem to be, they did seem to be sort of like, ha 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 ha, laughing like this. Now, yeah, we got somebody, Phoenix the Night says, total twat. Wraithwoman says, make it viral. Rob says, I personally, he thinks that I've made more out of it than it deserves. Yeah, possibly. And Rob makes some very good points, actually. And I should say, Rob said earlier on, by the way, Colin, it was very nice to meet you and Cynthia when he did. He said, very nice.
Oh, thank you.
So, I mean, Rob's a very clever person, and he's been where I am now. He's been there trying to interface with researchers in the past. And it's not an easy task. It's not an easy, you don't get thanks for it. You don't get thanks, and you don't get liked for doing it. And I think Rob knows all about that, just how much you'll be demonized for doing it. And he says, yes, that this is not a very easy thing, really, I suppose, to kind of put on and not have people react in the way that they probably have. They're going to see it pretty much how we're putting it on, I think. I mean, But what can you say about people that are actually putting on conferences where this is the material that is put up there on stage? Now, Glickman is the frontliner for Karen. She has gone from Glastonbury Symposium to doing the summer lectures. Glickman is always the frontline speaker, and this is the type of stuff he does. Now, surely we cannot build bridges. I tried to speak to Glickman. He told me to never ring him back again. You see? So going to speak to him at his house to try and help him understand, like I did with Colin, approaching people in a nice way, had no effect at all. Nothing at all. Because all he had for me was contempt. He didn't have any time. He didn't want to talk. He had his position. And as far as he was concerned, he was going to drive me into the ground, prosecute me, do whatever it took to get rid of me. That's the way that this guy thinks. And what I want to know is that all these people that are at the forefront of the lecture circuits and the research and the putting out materials, when are they going to change so that they can accept circle makers and be a little bit nicer? Because when you're putting stuff like this out, doesn't it look a little bit obvious where the problems are? How do you think about that, Colin?
I'm with you. I think the thing is when this will change is when they are, actually do some research and cut through into that area which they've done nothing with. And I mean, they've got to actually see, analyze and believe that this does, as you said earlier, involve all of us. And the outcome, the interaction, that sixth sense, that urge, whatever you want to call it, is only really recognizable, or it's only obtainable by doing proper research. And it's only done by talking to all the people involved. I mean, if all you're going to do is stick with those that all believe that fairies are on the top of every Christmas tree, it's all just wonderful, beautiful, and taking us to the new world, you're not going to see the whole picture. The whole picture is equally wonderful. That's my, you see, the thing is, that's the sadness to me of today's situation. You've got to just stick with your guns and go with what you believe. Go with your gut, because there's a wonderful situation in here that we're going to learn by. But they're not going to get it. They're not going to be part of it if they continue to run this myth.
The White Room makes a very good point, and I know we're running well on now. We're getting on to the 4 hours, and I did say to Colin, we do not do past 3 hours, but it seems like things are just flowing on. So let's cut it within the next 10 minutes, because we all have to be serious about this. This is going on a long time. But it's been very interesting, and I'm glad we've got Colin here. I knew this was going to be a great show, but White Room makes a point. She says, well, have I shown respect to Glickman when I put up the picture, like the ex-cons picture, which I've done, which is a picture where I have depicted Michael Glickman as Professor Xavier from the X-Men, because Michael is not a professor, so he's lied. So, I have it's a funny one, I have to show respect to somebody who lies about being a professor.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, I'm not showing him respect. That's absolutely correct. But also what I'm doing by showing this photo and mocking it is I'm highlighting just how far the people who are in that photo freak the fuck out that I have dared mock them. But they mock us all the time.
Yeah.
You see?
It's rough. It's very rough.
It's okay for them to do it, but it's not okay for us to do it because we're the bad guys every time. Put the boot in, So
there's a momentum.
Yes.
There is sorry, Matthew. There
Colin.
is a momentum now flowing, as you said earlier. And truth always does win through, I mean, because it is seen and recognized as that. And that's the way it plays out. Eventually it takes command. And it's going to put these people in a more and more difficult situation. They must think about this every night, to be honest with you. The only time they feel comfortable is when they've got their own audience just hearing it echoing back to them.
Yes.
It's when it breaks through into the reality of what's going on that they'll find there are less number at the conferences, less people buying photographs, less people listening to the radio program, and more getting involved in what's actually happening in the world. I wonder if there's an opportunity in the closing moments, Matthew,
yes. By all means.
to just I think something that whoever might be still left with us might really want to see and hopefully be transferred onto the YouTube, a copy of this program. The two things go together. Section 1, and I won't hold on any one of these at all. Section 1 and Section 2 go together. This is what I saw as the swirls that convinced me something was different compared to those that we were being told by being made by people, particularly by Doug and Dave. Now, section 2, I don't know whether that's convenient to pull that up.
Yes, certainly.
There's only 6 slides there, and I'll just literally go bang, bang, bang. Slide number 2.1, the very first one up, shows kind of about a sixth of a spiral radius arm there, which is unusual. Now, I'm not saying it is or is not made by people, but it certainly did not comply with the process that Doug and Dave were claiming. The one below it, number 2.2.
Okay, yeah.
This is a spiral arm from the center striking out, radially striking out, to the completion of the process at the edge of the circumference in just 1/4 of a single revolution. That could not be achieved by the processes that were used by these people during that time. So I'd just bring that to your and the audience's attention. Now, the next one is indeed complying with the manufacturing process that they utilized at that time, and so did and still do other people. 2.3 shows the width of the board and the number of revolutions to complete that circle. Many revolutions. It's not what we used to see in the early days. They were all less than 2 revolutions that convinced us something different was happening. And so 2.4, number 2.4, I could go into where these are. All of this is available on the website, or the Andrews catalogue is just out, by the way. I suppose it is a plug, but this is in all of the Andrews catalogue carries all of this stuff, all of this material, over hundreds of them. You can see the number of rotations here. It's a very impressive spiral, and again, it's just 1 revolution to complete the process. The next slide, 2.5, was at Headbourne Worthy near Winchester. Again, just 1 revolution. The sketch, which is my sketch on the right-hand side, drawn up for the Journal of Meteorology at the time, was as detailed as I could manage at that time, and shows the complexity and the interweaving of the plants in that process. This might well be, and I've continued to believe this, it is possible that this fits more into the UFO category than a crop circle. There's reasons for that, which we don't have time to go into. Section 2.6 is in compliance with the Doug and Dave theory. Now, I don't know whether you can lift up section 1, Matt, and we're on the last legs here now.
So this is, are you talking?
Yeah, that was. Sorry, that was
253, the coloured one, which shows. Is that the one you're on about? 253.
Yeah, that's right. Section 1, number 1.1. It comes up on the document. Section 1.
Oh, section 1. Sorry. Let's go back.
Yeah, section 1. Yes, right.
I think this is
it's later in the UK than it is here.
Yes. Which photo are you looking at in this section?
Well, I'm going
to
look at them all very quickly.
Okay.
Slide number 1.1. These are when I coined the term crop circles. This is what I was looking at. So this is really why I'm saying it. It is quite possible, we'll never know perhaps, that Michael, as we've been having a go at all night, and other people have actually never seen a crop circle. I mean, that is possible because the early batch that I'm showing you, that was in circular evidence, are very different to what we're looking at now. So what we're looking at now could all be man-made, which is a Matt circle and a John Lumberg circle or whatever. I don't know. That's a development for another day. But anyway, this is what we were looking at.
I don't make them anymore, so there are definitely other circle makers circles now. But
yeah. Yeah, no, that's right. And number 1.2, slide 1.2 is the next one.
Right. Okay, let me just quickly go through these then, because I was expecting you to go from circle to circle. So there we are, 1, 2, 3, and section 4, and then we've got this next one, which is 1, 2. Yes. So we've got 1.
Yep, 1, 2.
Yep.
And again, these are circles that of that time we were calling crop circles for, the reasons that we called them that. In 86, 87, they were different. They had different spiraling arms, much less in the way of damage, and et cetera, et cetera. It's all in the literature.
Yes.
And the next one is 1.3, slide 1.3.
Okay. Yes.
You'll see that this is one at Headbourne Worthy, bottom left-hand side, at Westbury, and again, way less than one revolution. That's not how you find them today. They're all multiple revolutions made by planks of wood, 2 and 3 feet long.
You're obviously setting the stage now for people to be starting to produce these. So if you see them appear now,
yes, of course,
it's people trying to mimic this style. It could be,
Yep.
But you make a good point, and yes, I'm with you on this. That how far back do some of these researchers go?
And the very last one is number 1-4, and that shows some of the what we then called grape shot that were appearing in the military zone of Salisbury Plain. As you know, it's an out of bounds to aircraft without military approval from their traffic controllers. This is agricultural land that, given the right authority, people could get into, but it is classified military ground. There were many, many grape shots at this time, and these are some of them. We know, and you certainly will know as well as I, that some of these seed lines can be wide enough to walk along with care without damaging plants when you're gaining access from one circle to another. We saw some, and the bottom one of these is just one example, where we could find no evidence at all of a remote access without any tracks. So I put that in there just to show you that.
I don't think it's impossible for people to walk into a field without causing damage. I mean, you just have to step over the top of the crop. We do this sometimes in order to make it look a little bit more mysterious. But the trouble is, and why I think a lot of people don't bother doing it, is literally because if you make a circle out in the middle of nowhere, what's the first person that walks into that field going to do? Walk straight to it. So they create the line that you were trying not to create. For effect, and they spoil it straight away. So unless you've got a photo of it at 6 o'clock in the morning when it's only just been found and people have stayed out, they haven't walked in, then you could get this. But if people walk in, you're going to get those tracks straight away, and it's going to spoil it. That seems to be the case these days. Very briefly, because I don't want to leave anybody out that actually had comments. There's Marta Jaramillo in the States says that if you want people to believe, you should not show hate for others. This is not a serious position. And she says, thank you, Colin. You have all the wisdom we need. So
thank you.
There we are.
Thank you.
We're just about coming up to the end of the show. We really do need to sort of close it down now. And I think there's probably an awful lot more here that could be said. And possibly, because of that, maybe Colin would be interested in coming back in the future and dealing with things in a detailed nature that haven't been dealt with here tonight, because this is a good open forum for anything to be put forward. This show, even if it's telling us that circles are made by aliens, we'll listen to that.
Yeah.
If you've got your evidence and you've got your experiences, why not?
Yeah, I'm certainly up for coming back on, Matthew, and I would very much like to run with you not now, of course, as we said, we're tailing it off, but section 3 is a very long subsection of the orbs and the unusual objects that we've got on film.
Right.
They're available off of your website for people who want to look at them.
Right.
In section 3, I would encourage them to have a look at that.
Okay, these are the orbs.
It's part of what's going on.
Yes. Well, I will put that up after the show tonight, so it'll be up probably within about half an hour of the show finishing. So yes, we'll quickly show the photos very briefly, but you can see there are obviously objects. Let me just put them full screen. We'll have to run through them because we're probably not going to have time to describe them all, but there are various things there. Oh yes, I see. Very interesting. Oh yeah. Some stuff above Colin's head there. Balls of light. Objects in the sky. Yeah, balls of light again. Balls of light. Orbs. Which, sometimes I think, we've had a lot of these lately that people are saying orbs when they've got like dust in front of the camera. But
I think that happens a lot.
Yeah. But yes, there's some very interesting photos here. There's quite a lot of them, isn't there? So we'll have to allow people to have a look at these and delve into what they think about these in their own time. But you've basically covered quite a bit tonight, and we'd like to thank you for coming on and being so
pleasure. Thank you.
Being so candid. you know, we as circle makers, I think, are trying to work with researchers. It must be remembered, we're all having experiences. It might seem a little bit negative sometimes, the things that need to be said in order to get the point across. But Circle Makers TV is making a difference. It is getting people talking. It is throwing the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, but it is getting people talking, and that's what we need in this. We need to talk, I think, and I've been really sort of wanting Colin to come on for a long time, because he's one of the guys who broke ranks quite prominently broke ranks and changed thinking about this subject because of the clout that Colin has with the media and how he has been embraced by the media. When Colin says something, the media seems to listen. So he has done a good job, I think, over the years, and really should be invited back to speak at conferences about the findings that he has, because he's not shutting down the subject. He's just dealing with it in a new way that it needs to go. And I think that should be embraced and remembered by probably a lot of those people that you suggested might be secretly watching the show tonight. And I think they were, because we had over 100 people apparently tonight, which is a record for this show, live.
Wow.
So, yes, there's a lot of people watching. And you might never know, there might be a whole crowd of them watching around a PC. So we might have had hundreds of viewers tonight.
Yeah.
All wondering what the hell Colin was going to say.
There's more. There's more for another night, Matthew. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anybody that wants to join us, you know, I'm coming over to England in less than a month, and we're going to have a very close look with Dr. Simeon Hine at these orbs.
Yes.
Going to have a much closer look at that situation. So anybody who wants to be part of that, you know, by all means, go in on the website, colinandrews.net, and all the things that you and I have spoken about. And I happily would come back and kind of up this ante a little bit in some areas that need to be flushed out.
Yes, I've put colinandrews.com. It's colinandrews.net. Yes,
It
so
is, yeah.
there you are. It's up on the screen. But thanks very much for everybody in the chat channel getting involved. I hope we've answered your questions. It is very hard for me to sort of follow what's going on and chat to Colin and do other things. But you know, I hope we got your questions answered. And if not, come back on the show again, and we can always put them across to Colin. Colin watches the show, so if we ask a question to Colin and he's not here, you'll probably get your response anyway. He'll come on and probably tell us this was his response, and we'll read it out in the show. So yes, thanks very much for everybody, and we hope to see you next week. Tell your friends about Circle Makers TV. And so it's a good night from me, and it's a good night from Mr. Glickman over here. Hello, thank you very much. Go to turn in because I'm a...
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough, Matthew.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, okay.
Good night, sir.
I'll catch you soon, Colin. The check's in the post, mate. And
thank
yeah.
you very much. It won't be enough, Matthew,
Yeah,
but thank you.
The CIA did a good job of reprogramming you. I'm proud. Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye
now.
to everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
I've got to find the end credits now. Where's there's one that says end credits here. I can't find it. End credits. There it is, the end. Right, off we go.
Cheers, Matt.
Cheers, Colin. Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Colin, we love you.